Hello. Hello. Good evening, everyone. You'll notice that the stream category is not set to just chatting. That's because I'm gonna make this, hello, AO. Also, hello, Chukyo. If you're still there, Chukyo, congratulations on the getting the design, worked out. The new reference. It's really cool looking. Also, hello, Ravy. Hello. And hello again, Chukyo. I was, I wasn't even asleep earlier. I was just like I was like half asleep for like 2 hours. That's why stream started late. It was weird. Like I was tired, but I couldn't go to sleep, and I'm still kind of tired, but it'll be fine. I have coffee. Um, Today I'll be continuing on Endless Sky, and if for some reason I grow very bored of it, there is an there's another game that I'd like to stream called Two Crowns. Kingdom Two Crowns is the name of the game. For the last 3 days, I've done nothing but play that game in like 7 hour segments. This happens every single year. I don't know why I like that game. It's another resource management game, actually. Um, it has similar. No, it does not really have similarities with Frostpunk. You might be wondering why I'm not streaming Frostpunk. That's because there hasn't been snow here for a week and a half, and like it's just sad and brown outside. The leaves are all dead. The plants are all dead, and it like made me not in the mood to stream Frostpunk. Although maybe I could do the last autumn campaign. Anyways, I'm just taking a small break from Frostpunk. I will return to it later. Because there's 4 extra campaigns. I probably won't be playing them on Survivor though. Because like I tried that. That's hard as shit. That's like you gotta be really good at the game. I got 14 days into ARX on Survivor, and that was a pretty good attempt. And it also made me realize I shouldn't be playing on Survivor. Oh my god, Fallout 6, 7 is on sale. I don't have the animation for it. Thank god I don't have hand tracking, or you guys would see me doing that right now. there there is no Fallout. Oh wait, no, it's Fallout 76. It's not Fallout 6, 7. I was like, there's no Fallout 7, but there's not even a Fallout 6 either. We don't even have Fallout 5. They what has Bethesda been doing with the Fallout franchise? Actually, why is E33 nominated in the Steam Awards? All the E33 slander shit's so fucking funny. I think I said that last stream, but I'm still seeing it on the internet. It's really funny. They're busy killing Fallout. Bethesda has this problem where they have cool IPs and then they don't do anything. They actually kind of have Valve's problem. Except Valve doesn't re-release Half-Life 2 Episode 2 every single year. So that's not quite a good comparison. I've heard Fallout 76 is pretty fun now. It didn't used to be, but that there's like interesting stuff in it now. Fallout 4 actually, I almost bought it. I bought Fallout 4 the day that it released because I liked New Vegas, and I was like, oh, the hot new Fallout game, this will be awesome. And then I read the reviews on Steam, and they're like, this is kind of shit actually. And then I refunded the game. That's actually one of the only games I've ever refunded. It might be the only game I've ever refunded. Dream Barbecue is an outstanding visual award. Wait, is that the Steam achievement? Have they done those yet? Oh, just cast your votes. Oh wait, shit, I should do that right now because I haven't voted for anything yet, actually. Um, VR game of the year? I don't recognize any of these. Labor of Love. I feel like hasn't No Man's Sky already won the Labor of Love award? I can't vote for them. They've already won the award. It doesn't matter if they deserve it a second time. I'm not voting for them. Um, I think if I voted for Helldivers, it would be in spite of Arrowhead rather than because of Arrowhead. That's probably who I'm gonna vote for. They make stupid decisions, but they have continued to develop the game in a positive direction, more or less. Best game on Steam Deck award. I'm gonna vote for the only one that I know of. I don't have a Steam Deck. Better with Friends award. Our contestants are Repo, Split Fiction, Battlefield 6, Schedule 1, and Peak. I've actually played. Again, I liked Battlefield 6 when I tried the beta, but they kind of fucked it up by not adding large maps. I don't know what DICE is doing. I'm voting for Peak though. I probably would have voted for it anyways. That was my nomination, actually. Outstanding Visual Style Award. I don't want to be mean, but why is the Final Fantasy VII remake in here? I I don't want to be mean, but why is the Final Fantasy VII remake in here? I can't judge the Silent Hill remake. Uh I haven't seen any gameplay of that. I don't I don't really give a shit about Silent Hill, but I have seen Final Fantasy VII. Wait a second. Hold on, I need to double check something. Is this the second time Final Fantasy VII has been remastered? Or is this the first? Okay, wait, here we go. Okay, okay. I have seen it has been remade twice. There is a Final Fantasy VII remake that's from 2020. There is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is from 2024. But it is technically a sequel to the remake. That's really confusing. I think I have seen gameplay of both of them. Problem. I don't think it deserves the Outstanding Visual Style award. Look, in between the time that the original Final Fantasy VII came out and the remake came out, the visual style went from being innovative to not innovative. That's all I'm going to say. Yes, it looks like the other Final Fantasy games. Um, but I'm voting for Dream Barbecue on that one. Mostly because it's the only one that I have played, but it also does deserve the award. Um, I haven't actually seen Doom: The Dark Ages, and I am not familiar with My Little Puppy at all. I've watched gameplay of the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I've also seen gameplay of the remake as well. Um, you can judge a game's visual style on watching someone else play it. Maybe you can't judge gameplay too well. Most innovative gameplay award. Um, I don't think Arc Raiders or Escape from Duckov. I don't think either of these should get innovative gameplay. For one, extraction shooters are a pretty well developed genre at this point. Why would you vote for those? No offense. I mean, I enjoyed playing Arc Raiders. I don't think the gameplay is very innovative. It's still it's a fun game, but like I guess the only thing that it really does it has a big emphasis on the um cooperating against like the big robots. That's cool. But I'm still not going to vote for it. Europa Universalis 5. Ah, again, it's literally derivative of Europa Universalis 4 and Victoria 3. I can't actually vote for that. What I will vote for is my nomination, which is Blueprints, because that game is really good, and also I haven't played anything like it ever. It would be one thing if it was just a card game. It is technically a card, sort of a card game. Yeah, it's a card game actually. It might be the only card game I've played that I like in recent memory. And that's because of all the other mechanics that have nothing to do with cards. Best game you suck at. I haven't played any of these. That's not true. I've played Path of Exile. I'm not gonna vote for best soundtrack award. Um, not to be like rude or anything, but is there really a Marvel title here under these in these nominations? Has has Deltarune not already won best soundtrack award? I don't know actually. Well, I mean, that's the one whose soundtrack. That's the only entry that I'm familiar with the soundtrack of, actually. Outstanding Story Rich Game Award. Well, see, in order for me to vote for something to be a story rich game, it has to be a game at all. So first of all, we disqualify Get Dispatch. Um, not fucking voting for The Last of Us Part 2. Wait, no, all these options suck, actually. Except I don't know anything about the Dying Light entry, and I don't know I'm not a human. I've seen people play fragments of, but I'm not voting for that. Or I might vote for that. I'm not familiar with it though. That's probably that's the only one I can really vote for. Sit Back and Relax award. Um Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is very good, but you're not voting for it anymore. Does it have anything to do with one of the developers going on a bizarre tirade on the internet? I think some people, like, some video game developers should just not have Twitter accounts. Like, just take that away from them. Just take it away from them. They don't need to say anything. They shouldn't say anything, actually. That would be nice. Better to keep it a mystery than have them open their mouths and say something profoundly stupid. Ow. Hi, Phoenix. Ow. Anyways, the only one of these that I've actually seen gameplay of is Megabonk, but I've also seen Power Wash 2. Those are both actually things I could vote for. Well, that's my votes. Okay. Oh, I didn't do Game of the Year, actually. Oh, hello, Adi Bo. Thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. Again, for it to be Game of the Year... Hello, hello. Hello, welcome in. In order for it to be Game of the Year, it has to be a game. Again, so I can't vote for Dispatch. Then it has to be good, which means I can't vote for Expedition 33. So our remaining options are Arc Raiders, which I have played and I have enjoyed. I don't know if it deserves the award, though. Kingdom Come Deliverance, and Silksong. I'm... You can't say that! It's not true! Edge. Riz. Oh my god. Oh, you did the thing. Sorry, whenever you knock the... Ow. Whenever you knock the model off the screen, while it's ragdolled, the ghost of the other VTuber models that I've disposed of possesses it, and it like flickers in place like that. I don't actually know what causes that to happen. There's a potential. Didn't technically call him that. What does that mean? What does that mean? I'll probably vote for Silksong. Honestly. He called the... Wait, Tex Art. Tex Art. Oh! That piece of art. Okay, well that's... Okay, that's actually true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Anyways, oh no, there is one more thing that I wanted to do actually. We still have Guess the Game to do. I haven't forgot about that. You also don't want KCD2 to win because it's going to be another thing AI bros bring up. Did they actually use any AI in KCD2, or is it just one of the developers being an idiot? Because I feel like that does matter slightly. Okay, where is the Firefox source? There it is. I am in the way. Hold on. They use it to upscale KCD1 textures? Ooh. I don't know how I feel about that. Because, like, yeah, you know, upscaling and downscaling textures is already algorithmic. But I guess it does add more details if you're using an AI upscaler. I don't like that too much, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. Well, now argue it is the same as generating an image. Well, it's not really. I mean, it is. But you're using a base though, a specific base image that you've already made. presumably by hand. Or, procedural textures. That's a thing. I think I know what game this is, by the way. This looks a lot like... This could either be a Mario game or a Hat in Time. I'm gonna... I mean, it could be neither of those. But I'm gonna guess... It's not a Hat in Time. Ooh! Does this have grids on it? Maybe I don't know what the fuck this is. They do insane mental gymnastics. You had the displeasure of seeing them argue. I don't really get it. Like, where do you get such slavish devotion to a technology? It's just weird. Guys, I don't know what this is. Wait a second. That looks kind of like an XCOM grid. Is this the fucking... Is this the Mario Rabbids game? It actually might be. But I think I guessed the wrong one. Is it Sparks of Hope? It is Mario plus Rabbids. Sparks of Hope. Now you might be wondering how I identified that at all. I haven't played it. I have watched someone play one of the games for making art less exclusive. You can literally open a computer or pick up a pen and paper and then start drawing. It really is as simple as that. It really is as simple as that. Like especially if you want to do like landscapes and stuff. 3D is not that difficult to learn. Now, one of the downsides of 3D art is that you can get lost and not have an area of focus, which is not something that you should do. You should have an area of focus if you're going to try to learn the software. But like it's really not that difficult. Character design's hard. That's not what I would recommend to a beginner. Or just do low poly characters, actually. Show them a Wojak and tell them it was done by some Polish student 5 minutes in paint. Well, again, the other thing that makes Wojaks awesome is because of how crude they are. Kind of like, there's a couple artists I really like that just have like a very rough, sketchy style. Like they don't shade things ever. Art doesn't have to be super complicated to be good. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that art is really that hard to learn. You literally just have to try and then continue trying. Anyways, the reason I recognize this as a Mario plus Rabbids game is because it is actually genuinely similar to XCOM. At least in the user interface. That is because it plays like XCOM. It is literally a grid tactical turn-based strategy game. It is XCOM, but for Mario, which is like an insane thing to say. But it's true. Mario plus Rabbids. Sparks of Hope is a turn-based tactical adventure game developed by Ubisoft Milan and Ubisoft Paris in collaboration with Nintendo, released in 2022. Excuse me. Released in 2022 for the Nintendo Switch, this sequel to Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle brings Mario, his friends, and their quirky Rabbid counterparts. They use the Q word. I don't like that one. It's very similar to wacky, very similar to cozy. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Adorable creatures born from the fusion of Lumas and rabbits. Oh, sorry. On a cosmic journey to save the Sparks. Adorable creatures born from the fusion of Lumas and rabbits. From the mysterious and powerful villain Cursa. Players assemble a team of 3 heroes, each with unique abilities and weapons, to engage in gridless dynamic combat. Okay, so I'm thinking of the first game that's XCOM-like. This is apparently gridless. So it probably plays different. The user interface looks like the first game, though. Art isn't technically hard, it's just a lack of patience and knowing what to look for in order to learn more. It's a willingness to learn and adapt. Well, yeah. That's the other important thing. Every single ability, every single mental or physical ability that you give to a machine, you forfeit its development in yourself. When you offload your willingness to learn new things to a machine, you will not learn new things. If you give your ability to draw to a machine, you will not learn how to draw. You will lose what you knew, because all abilities require practice. Yeah, everyone does learn at different paces, that's true. But I don't know. I'm not a what do they call it? It's the one school of philosophy where like tools are extensions of ourselves. I don't really believe in that. Like, yeah, you can lose your mental faculties, you can lose a limb, but I don't think it's quite the same as, the internet going out or the power going out, which the power went out several times yesterday because of a windstorm. And I don't know, it reminded me of this. Lots of things we do are dependent on technology, and you have to be very careful what it is that you're willing to hand over, essentially. Now, technology's greatest use, I personally think, is in doing things that people can't do. You cannot fly, which is why I think airplanes are a wonderful use of technology. But you can draw. I don't know if you want a machine to do it for you. That was me taking 10 minutes to say the same thing like 3 times. I think that this game is... I don't fucking know what this is. I'm gonna have to skip this once. Wow, I am even more confused now, actually. I do not know what this is. Maybe this is this might be one of the first Tomb Raider games. Nope. Oh, I have no fucking clue what this is, actually. Okay, I think I actually know what this is. No, I don't know what this is. Sorry. Nope, I have no idea what this is. Godzilla. Destroy all monsters melee. It's a Godzilla game? Well, I figured it might have been a Godzilla game, but I don't know anything about... Why are there aliens? Why are there aliens? Man, this really... Okay. This really reminds me of a game I played. several months ago at this point. Probably about a year ago. There's a game where you play as giant robots and you fight each other. And it's really clunky, but it's kind of ow. Hi, Moz. It's kind of fun, despite that. I can't remember what the name of this game is called. Hold on. Hi and bye. You were scheduled 4 hours earlier than usual. Have a nice night. Thank you for stopping by. That sucks. Well, I would say this stream isn't going to go on for super long. In fact, I need to wrap up this intro segment because it's already gone on for too long. This is... that's a picture of a road. This is clearly Blur for the PS3. It's not. Actually, this is, I'm going insane. That looks like The Long Dark, actually. Wait, is this actually The Long Dark? I think this might actually be The Long Dark. Never mind. I'm fucking stupid. No, it's not. What the hell is this? That is a giant Sphinx statue in the background. Okay, so we have Egypt, or Egypt-like area. I cannot tell what these little creatures are. But we had a snowy area here, and this is straight up just like a road. This straight up looks like The Long Dark, though, by the way. It's actually crazy how similar it is. I don't know what the fuck this is. Action Adventure RTS. What? Is this fucking Overlord or something? Or what is it called? Fuck, there's like multiple of them. Never mind. No. No, I don't know what the fuck this is. Brutal Legend. I've never heard of this in my life. He hates the 2-hour intro yap era. I set the stream category incorrectly. I should have set it to just chatting, starting with. Somebody's gonna enter the stream and wonder why I'm not streaming Endless Legend. Or, Endless Legend, that's a Freudian slip. Endless, Sky. Was that Subnautica music in the background? No, what was the last song? Hold on. This is Lagrange Point from Sunshine Heavy Industries, was the last song that was playing. And then this one is Rez from Cobalt Core. And he exploded? What? Hello? I'm still here. That's on your end. I didn't switch categories. Yeah, I didn't switch categories actually. We're still on Endless Sky. No! Now the stream really did explode. What the fuck is this? Is this Castlevania? That looks like a Castlevania sprite. I don't know what the hell this is, though. I'm never gonna... Never mind. What the fuck is this? $3DO? What is that? That's not. Is this Gex? Is this Gex? Like the original Gex. It is. That's a good enough note to end the Guess the Game segment on. This is Gex. This is the first Gex. I am not really familiar with the first Gex. I'm only familiar with Enter the Gecko, or whatever the 3D one is with the awful, awful camera controls. Say Gex one more time. Gex. I love Gex as like a meme. Um, I've never played a Gex game. I'm just familiar with it for some reason. Well, no, I watched someone stream the 3D Gex. Oh, ouch. Oh, microgravity. Oh, microgravity doesn't seem to work when I've already been ragdolled. Um, I might have to take a look at how those redeems interact with each other. Say Gex, my favorite yaoi trope. No, he's a lizard. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Be normal, chat. He's a funny lizard. That's it. Nothing more. Not whatever you're thinking of. Gex is a platformer developed by Crystal Dynamics and released in 1995 for multiple systems. Players take control of Gex, a wisecracking gecko with a taste for television, as he embarks on a mission to escape the clutches of the evil cybernetic entity known as Rez. Gex is sucked into the media dimension, a surreal world filled with environments inspired by various TV genres, such as horror, cartoons, and kung fu. Why is the original Gex game Deltarune Chapter 3? What? Hello? I was actually going insane when I was looking at the little TVs. Oh, what screen was that? This screen. I was like, hey, why is Tenna there? What the fuck? I think I might be like my brain is rotten. I think I might be brain rotted. Delta Rot from someone who hasn't even played Deltarune. I have played Undertale though. Quite recently. That was a few months ago. Um the gameplay revolves around the classic 2D platforming mechanics, with Gex navigating diverse levels, defeating enemies, and collecting remote controls that unlock new areas. A standout feature of Gex is his ability to stick to walls and ceilings, adding a unique twist to the platforming action. The game is packed with humor, with Gex delivering a constant stream of witty pop culture references and one-liners. I would fucking hate this game. Because not only is it like shitty, like it sounds like shitty Marvel dialogue, but it's dated to the 90s. Man, not only will it be shitty references, they will be nothing that I will recognize. That might even make it better, because then I won't be annoyed by them if I have no idea what he's talking about. Okay, that's enough guess the game. That's enough guess the game. Those are the funniest redeems you've ever seen. I still need to add some. I need to add computer activate iguana and computer deactivate iguana. I need to add both of those. I haven't forgotten. Salami lid fit. Salami lid fit. Help! Help! Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Help! Help! Help me! Oh, there's chat stimming again. Chat is stimming again. Help! There's so many. Help me. Help. Help! Help! Help me! Help! Ow! The cat one is so stupid, and I love it every time it plays. The problem is that the only shitty like text to speech like two sentence horror one that I can actually remember off the top of my head is one that I cannot say on stream without changing the content warning. I hope you guys had fun with that. I hope you got your money's worth from those points. You know the floppy disks don't even make much sense anymore because I no longer have the robot model. I gotta change them to like little asteroids. Yes, I am thinking of the evil adult movie clip. Yes, I am thinking of that one specifically. That one fucking it's so funny. It's so funny. Oh boy, I haven't stubbed my toe in months, I said with joys. I was then shot 67 times. 6-7. Wow. That's the second time that that's come up this stream. Please, the suffering, make it end. Oh, hello? That doesn't seem very good. Hey, was I lagging out there for a second? Or was that only on my end? That doesn't okay, I can't tell if that's let's just go back to wait. Okay, yeah. When I do full screen, you guys might not be able to see it, but I'm looking over at OBS and it's lagging the fuck out, which is bad. I don't know why it's doing that. That's very strange. I thought that running Warudo in administrator mode would fix it, but it doesn't seem to do anything. You still can't get over the fact that my hips are wider? What do you mean wider? Well, wider than what? Than the previous model? Or just like wider wider than what? That's like a comparative statement. What does that mean? But wide hips are non-negotiable. Oh, then my shoulders? Um, wait, are they? Uh, yes, they are. Very slightly. It's pretty close though. Like the little what do you call it? The little end of the strap there kind of makes them look wider than they actually are. They're pretty close to the same width. He is blushing. I am not. Although I can. Oh fuck. Like, Nvidia, now is not the time. Oh, speaking of Nvidia, did anyone hear that they're gonna? Did you guys hear that they're reportedly going to cut production of the 50 series next year, early next year? That sucks. I mean, I just built this PC, so I'm not personally worried about it. I got very lucky by assembling this thing in like late July because that was when the MSRP you could actually get GPUs for MSRP for a very brief period of time. And now that's over. Now that's over, and everything sucks now forever, which is awesome. Whoa! I just I lost a whole second to encoder overload there. That's weird. That's not supposed to happen. Why did, huh? What is my GPU doing? This isn't even like that. Speaking of the game, I should actually probably capture the game. A PC is going to be a luxury in the near distant future. Apparently, because all the AI shit has like totally spiked the cost of pretty much everything. What, SSDs, RAM, GPUs? In an ironic twist of fate, I guess CPUs haven't been going up in price, have they? Which is weird because you'd think that would be the first thing that would go up in price. I was about to say actually the model can blush. There's like a very slight natural blush on the face, but there is. Where is it? Is it this? There is actually uh a blush. There's actually well, it's actually two different toggles, but they go well together. I should probably link them actually. You need to upgrade your motherboard and CPU. Fortunately, motherboard prices look like they've been just fine. You can get a B560 or whatever for pretty cheap. Although I don't know if I would get a B560 if you're doing an AMD card, which you should be because where do I start with Intel? I'm not going to actually. No, you should make the blush a text thing, like Nya and explode. I'm not. I'm not giving chat that power. Sorry. I'm not giving you guys. I've already given you guys too much power. Actually, I've already given you guys too much power. I was gonna say, speaking of shoulders and hips, actually, I've had some really awesome ideas for a future model design. Another robot. Well, really, it'll just be a redesign of the blue robot model, which is technically a separate character from this one. Why does this song sound so Deltarune? Um, it sounds a little bit like um it has a similar like driving rhythm like from now on, actually. It's like a little bit. Sounds like Mettaton Neo. I don't remember what Mettaton Neo sounds like. Sorry. You should have made Byte sit on your head. That's something I could set up now, actually. Like not right now. But I mean I have a 3D model for I would just need to import it into Unity and figure out some very basic things. And then I could bring it in as a prop. I just haven't done that. That was something that I think I wanted to do some time ago, but I completely forgot, actually. Whoops! That was probably something I said I would do after stream, isn't it? Anyways, I've been delaying long enough. When we last left off, we were at Shangri-La in the Polaris system, which I think is one of the remnant planets. For those of you who weren't previously here at the last stream um, of this game, we've been exploring. Oh no, Polaris is actually inside human space. Polaris is in Syndicate space. Where do I look at the? There's the faction map. Okay. Replace the floppy disk throw with a byte throw. Actually, I have been considering that. That's a very good idea. There's a bunch of unexplored space here in the center of the galaxy. Unfortunately, I think it might all be Korath space, which means that if we jump in there, We die instantaneously because the Korath are incredibly strong. No idea what's up here at the very top, though. I'm very curious to find out what's there. This pink space is high space. H-A-I, not H-I-G-H. They're like alien squirrels. These are the remnants out here. We met them very briefly. They actually are human, although they've been separated from human space for like, I don't know, it's like 1,000 years or something. Or no, it was probably longer than 1,000 years. So they're like human divergent civilization. We've been down here in the Tangled Shroud and Outer Limits, where there are aliens called the Consonants, or Avgi, sorry, Avgi Consonants. They've been fighting a war against enemies that we call, or that they call, what is it? The Aberrant, I think, was the name that they gave them, which are like weird alien slugs that have something to do with whatever happened in the graveyard and the Ember Waste. This is an intensely interesting region of space, because whatever happened here both completely destroyed the previous civilization and left behind murderous robots. I think they're robots. Called the Kahet, I think was their name. But then the Aberrant have something to do with the Kahet, and we don't really know what it is. This whole region of space is really fucked up and bad, and that's why there's a bunch of one-way wormholes in there. Just like Star Sector. I don't know if the Kahet are like I don't know if they're like threats. They are definitely not like the Redacted, though. Sorry, they might be like the Redacted. It seems as though the Kahet are intelligent in some way. No idea what's up with the Aberrant, though. Anyways, the reason we've been able to get to some of these systems is because we have a jump drive on board our ship, which allows us to just jump to systems that are just in range in that little circle. So we can go places like here if we want to. And down here is completely unexplored. I plan to go there. I would also like to explore the top of the galaxy, because I see those star systems. There's something up there. Speaking of the graveyard, when we were digging around in, I think, the Query system, we found an alien piece of technology? Evil rock. And nobody's been able to tell us what the hell it is so far. We've asked a couple people, including these guys down here. The Successors, which are like, they're octopus aliens. Those were the last guys that we met at the end of last stream. They're octopus aliens. They've got a bunch of different houses. Whatever happened in the graveyard and the Ember Waste completely destroyed the connection between their star systems. I don't think or no, that might have been honestly a separate incident. The whole Galactic South is kind of really fucked up. And it's not clear if the Drac had something to do with that, or if it's something unrelated. Or even worse. Speaking of the Drac, I still don't really believe that they exist. I think they're dead by now, actually. They've been mentioned by other people thus far as like galactic overseers to prevent people from developing technology that will wipe everyone out. We haven't actually seen any of them. What do you mean? Who's here? Pirates. I don't care. Let's find out what's in this system. Yep, that's Korath. The Korath won't let us land on their planets. It makes me sad. We should still explore a little bit of Korath space, just to get an idea of what's here. Wait, That was a friendly... That was a friendly Korath ship. There's unfriendly Korath ships. Why are there friendly ones? That is a really big starship. Okay, yeah, the civilian Korath vessels are not hostile to us, but the military ones are. However, we very handily outspeed them. Which makes them not really that dangerous. Oh, that is a big starship. Wow, we've never seen these starships before. We've only seen their hammerhead, like, battle cruisers that they use to raid, like, Syndicate space and Remnant space. These ships are actually less scary to me because they can't catch me. I noticed that the Korath don't seem to have planets. I wonder if they're like nomadic space people. Like the Avgi, actually. Yeah, you want to fight, buddy? I think I'll pick a fight with him. No. I have to take out his fighters first. Ow. Oh, his guns do a lot of damage, though. We were gonna install a better shield generator last stream, weren't we? Have a nice night, Chukio. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. I'm like slightly in the way. Hold on. Let me just shift my model slightly. That's more like it. I'm also probably slightly too big. There we go. Oh! Ouch. Have a nice night. Have a nice night, Chukio. Ooh, gotta be very careful. They have evil lasers. I gotta bait the fighter into attacking without the mothership fighting me. Oh, if I do too much damage to it, it lands, though. Wow, that's a really cool... You can see they're saying stuff there in the bottom left, but it's literally meaningless text because we don't speak their language. Why does this game make you look so alone? Are you alone? Yes. I only have one ship in my fleet. It's a Falcon. Which is a big ship. But I'm fighting enemies with even bigger ships. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat this guy. My shield recharges really slowly. I don't have a really great shield generator. Oh yeah. No, he does too much damage to me and he takes too little damage. We're just gonna fuck off. Let's see what's in the galactic core. It might be a black hole. Hold on. Sagittarius A. No inhabited planets detected. Hey, you guys see how we're slowly drifting towards the top of the screen? You guys see how we're slowly being pulled upwards? That's a supermassive black hole. Oh, yep, there it is. I think if I get close to that, I probably will die. There is not a reason for us to get close to that. Can I do like a slingshot around it? This is a really stupid idea. This little maneuver is going to cost us 84 years. I can slingshot around it. Sort of. It's like it is in Star Sector, actually. I dare you to go through. That is not a wormhole. That is a black hole. I will just die if I go into that. Do it for the vine. Okay. Well, wait. Can I? I'd like to save first. I want to land somewhere and save before trying that. I guarantee you it just kills us, though. Wait. There's star systems here on the galactic east. What the fuck? There's also a planet here with a government? What the fuck? For some reason, this apparently fruitful world has been left largely unsettled by the Boonrodia. Kalbai is teeming with life of all kinds, from varieties of plants across the various forests and plains of the planet's surface to the critters of varying size that scurry through the underbrush. There are only minimal signs that anyone has ever set foot on this world. There are a number of ancient ruins scattered across the largest continent. A few appear to have been abandoned and reclaimed by nature, but most look as though they were destroyed, creating strikingly lifeless circles in the landscape around the center of the ruins. Okay, good question. Who is the Boonrodia? Boonrodia? I love it when the planetary descriptions like tell us about people we haven't met yet. We've run into that before, actually. Literally who? Doesn't really look like there's anybody in this star system. Can I get fuel here at the star, though? Oh, I can. That's like a blue supergiant. Actually, we get fuel pretty quickly here. Well, decently quickly. The binary systems in general seem to give fuel pretty quickly, and I think it's because the ram scoop counts both of the stars at the center of the system as contributing towards your fuel gain. Wow. Hold on. Aliens. Who are you? We cannot understand their language. What's red? Planet refuses to clear you to land here. Oh, they might be hostile to us. They may not like us. Hey, hey. Oh, they're quite strong, actually. Oh, I don't think we can beat those guys. Another hostile alien. Man, I don't even know who you guys are. Why are you shooting at me? Have a nice night, Ravi. Thank you for stopping by. I can't even bribe them, presumably because I can't understand their language. Can we get like a universal translator from somebody? Oh, I can land on this planet. Hold on. Oh, it's uninhabited. Never mind. God damn it. Claimed but uninhabited, apparently. Judging by Ruka's distance from its host star, you would assume that the planet would be habitable, albeit a little on the hot side. But as you approach, you find nothing but a lifeless wasteland. The surface of the planet looks as though it once harbored a teeming ecosystem, but now there's nothing but dead trees and deserts. As you observe more of the planet, you even manage to find evidence of intelligent life in the form of entire towns and cities and of buildings. But they all seem long abandoned. Your ship's sensors detect high levels of ultraviolet radiation, and cursory scans of the atmosphere reveal a distinct lack of ozone or any other gas that would prevent the nearby star's UV light from reaching the surface. Did someone strip the planet of its... Ozone? That seems like a highly illegal thing to do. There's an uninhabited space station here. This small space station has plenty of blast marks on its outer hull. They have all been patched and the interior still holds atmosphere. But although intact, the station is entirely abandoned. For food, the Korath set up vats of photosynthetic yeast and bacteria in some of the rooms on the outer shell of the station. In their absence, the bacterial soup has worked its way through the ventilation system into the rest of the station and formed a thin layer of slime on almost every sun-facing wall. That's really gross, actually. I do not... That's disgusting. I do not want to mentally picture that. There are Korath in this system. Well, there were Korath in this system. And then they left. Another uninhabited planet. I just want to read these. I love reading the little blurbs. I'm amazed that every single planet has unique. Go look around in there, find your dream slime girl. No, I think what I'm gonna get is a respiratory infection if I look around in there. I don't think it's the good kind of slime. That's slime mold. I'll be eaten by the mold. It'll be like that one Resident Evil game. This planet appears to have suffered irradiation. Well, did it suffer radiation or irradiation? Obviously, just like the word irreverent, irradiation should mean the lack of radiation, right? Well, she might be a little bit moldy, but hey, slime girl? Okay. That's a pretty convincing argument. No, just kidding. Irradiation means the same thing as radiation because... Wait, why? Actually, why does that mean? Why is... What is the etymology of irradiation? Hold on. Okay. Believe it or not, it's the same as inflammable. It just got fucked up for some reason. For those of you who are wondering, inflammable means the same thing as flammable because in is like into or inside or containing. That's it doesn't mean inflammable as in not flammable. Irradiation apparently has the same origin. But why it's an R instead of an N? I don't know. But there's your fun language fact of the day. Oh yeah, blame the French, by the way. Blame the French for that one. That's actually not us this time. Well, it is us because we took the French word. That's not important. That's not important right now. Okay. When the neighboring star of Perseus Adersi went nova. The local flora and fauna are alive, but still struggling to recover from the loss. Several large Korath cities remain. It seems that they were not not able or not willing to evacuate the entire population in time to escape the nova's gamma radiation. Sun-bleached bones are scattered in the streets of the largest cities. That's horrific, actually. Borg? What? For those of you who aren't aware, this is the only place we've seen Quarg, is here in the Galactic South. Why are they all the way up here? Do I even want to know? Can I find a normal ass planet instead of irradiated hellholes? The Korath were endlessly creative in devising new weapons of war during the twilight years of their empire. But what destroyed this planet in the end was not a military disaster, but an ecological one. Small villages along the ocean shores and rusting fleets of boats bear witness to the fact that this ocean world was once a fruitful fishery. But now the ocean carries high levels of industrial toxins, and in place of large fish, only small invertebrates remain. Another... Okay, this isn't an irradiated hellhole. That one's a toxic hellhole. Very different. I don't know about you guys. I don't think these... There's the Korg again. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think these Korath dudes are pretty good. I think they're bad aliens. Probably as evidenced by the fact that they shoot us every time we see one. Poor Efrit. Who are you? Genuinely who? Oh. Kor... Okay, so there's a Kor Efret station here. Kor Efret? Kor Efret is how I'm going to pronounce that. And there's also a Korg ring here, but it looks like we can't land on the ring. I can land in the station, though. A few of the Korath... Wait, there's Korath here. Oh, I wonder if the Korafret are some kind of friendly version of the Korath? Wow, talk about me, like, eating my words 30 seconds later. Oh, all Korath are evil. Clueless. Would you rather live in a toxic hellhole or a cozy one? I cannot believe you'd ask me this. I have to live in the toxic one. I can't deal with cozy. Nope. I would rather get lead poisoning and, you know, mercury poisoning and choke to death on the atmosphere than spend a single second in a place that you'd call cozy. Ow. A few of the Korath who inhabit this station greet you when you land, holding up both hands with their palms towards you. One of them says something that sounds like Humani Afreti, Naskur Amasavarkta. It's clear that none of them speak your language, but they seem friendly and willing to trade with you. Oh, have a nice night, Adibo. Well, thank you for stopping by. And again, thank you for the follow. Have a good rest of your night. Okay, so... Wait. This small Korath station is positioned at the Lagrangian point, in between the system's sun and the planet that the Korg had been mining for mineral to build the Ringworld. Sorry, material. The station is dwarfed by the Ringworld, but nonetheless manages to make a statement, reasserting the territorial rights of the Korath, in the face of an alien species that chose to build a settlement in one of their systems. Well, they didn't seem to be shooting at each other, so I guess they're not on that bad of a standing. We can't do any jobs. What about the spaceport? Nothing. As the Korath civil war became more and more brutal, the safest home for those who wanted to avoid the fighting was right here in the shadow of the Korg. This small... Okay, so the Korafret is another faction, and the Korath are in the middle of a civil war. I see. I am not reading that statement. But also Truth Nuke, actually. So we can't get any starships there. Or equipment. But we do know that at least there are friendly Korath. Let's actually meet these aliens. Does this planet have an outfitter? Okay, same text block, same text as before. Wait, what? I think I was pretty straightforward. They are not selling me anything except very basic ship parts. Well, that's a completely useless outfitter, but I'll buy a map. That'll be useful. Okay, so there's a collection of systems here which are friendly. Wait, what was the... Okay, the station there did not have an outfitter. This planet does, though. Satar Fort. Same text bit as before, because we don't speak their language. There are several large Korath cities on this planet, but the ones farther from the equator have been covered by encroaching glaciers as the planet slowly enters a new ice age. A small number of crops are still grown in the open air, but many of the fields have now been covered with row upon row of gleaming glass, as the Korath resort to greenhouse farming to lengthen the growing season and feed the remaining population more efficiently. Farther from the city, Korath ranchers tend herds of creatures that resemble giant six-legged yaks. Hey, it's Frostpunk! It's Frostpunk, everyone! That game that I was playing literally a couple of days ago. Command Center. In response to occasional raids by the robotic war machines left behind after their recent conflict, the Korafret have developed this minimal Spartan command center that can be installed in a captured robotic ship to allow a pilot to override the AI interface with the ship's controls. The command center only provides a single bunk for the captain, so more bunks may be necessary if the ship has turrets or other systems that require crew. Oh! I didn't see any robotic ships. Unless that's referring to the guys that we found in the Galactic South, but I don't think that's who that's referring to. Wow, these guys don't sell these guys don't sell anything. They sell jack shit. You can get missiles from them, I guess. We can't even buy the ammunition for the missiles. Man, is anybody willing to teach me Korath, please? Nobody's gonna teach me anything. Can I? Oh, I can get to that system. Hold on. We're gonna jump through high space really quickly here. We're gonna jump through high space for an amazing reason. Because I want to see what's up here in the Galactic North. And I might want to try to capture an unfettered ship. Unfortunately, I don't... I would love to give the... Oh, what are they called? I would love to give the unfettered a jump drive, like I said I would. But I don't have a spare one. But we'll have to kill a Korath ship and then loot it, for one. They're the only enemies that reliably drop them. Mostly because all of the other aliens that we've found thus far haven't been jump drive capable. Speaking of which, do we have a full crew complement on this ship? What are my crew bunks? It doesn't tell me if I have. Oh, I do have a full crew complement. Okay, we got 91 people on board. And right on cue, the Unfettered have arrived. And they are shooting at me. Specifically, it would seem. That's kind of rude. Oh my god, there's more of them. We don't have a missile jammer that's suited for fighting these guys. But should be able to take this guy out. Oh, never mind. He's gonna run away. I'm gonna board this ship. Well, I'm not gonna board it, sorry. I'm gonna revive him, actually. Oh dear. Oh, that's almost instant death. There sure are a lot of missiles here. If only I had a missile jammer capable of actually doing anything about these. Ooh, they're shooting at me. Oh, we actually should probably get a missile jammer. The one that we have does not work for this. At all. Oh, we just have to run, actually. Or we're going to die. Ouch. I do not have the shields for this. Hey man, fuck off. Okay. We have Chameleon anti-missile installed, but it's not good enough. I'm going to uninstall the radar jammer. Or actually, I don't even have to do that. I'm going to install the cuttlefish jammer. Just leave it at that. Wow, that ultra capacity bank is actually pretty good. Huh. Okay. Now that we have a missile jammer, we won't get instantly shredded by their rockets. Ooh. Oh, come on! I was gonna board that ship and then they blew it up. Really frustrating. Guys, I'm trying to capture their ships, not pick them apart for scrap metal. Well, that was a waste of time. Hey, man. Oh, here we go. Here's a good target. You don't have any friends with you. Oh, and now I'm out of energy. Never mind, it's over. I guess he can't do very much damage to us. Oh, the missiles are still hitting us, though. The problem is that maneuvering actually consumes quite a lot of energy. Which is causing us problems. Wow. That is a lot of ships. I think I should land on the planet before I die. Which could be very soon here. Oh, it's very soon here. Oh, wow, we made it. Okay, that was extremely close. Okay, what did I want here? Wasn't there another missile jammer? I guess they don't sell it here. No, yeah, this place actually doesn't sell very much equipment. I should probably stop wasting my time with this. Fool's errand to capture an alien ship. The Unfettered actually aren't hostile to us when we are in their star system. Which is an interesting thing to note. Who is this? Wanderer. Another species of aliens. They don't appear to be hostile, though. Oh, God. The Unfettered are here. And they are pissed off at us for some reason. Hey, the Unfettered aren't supposed to have jump drives. How did they... I'm not crazy. They jumped in. They're not supposed to have those. Hey, you got a license for those jump drives, man? Also, they're really winning the battle here against the Unfettered. Wow, they did not stand a chance. Huh. I have random cargo. I don't want that. Wow, there are a lot of... Who are these guys? They probably don't speak our language, though, so it's... I don't even know if we can find out. We can land here. Oh. They refuse to allow me to land here. Okay. Do they have another planet we can land on? New and interesting aliens. I mean, I get having a... I don't want to see Europeans. Why do you humans say hello? We do not say that in Germany. kind of want to capture these unfettered ships if I can. Oh? Oh, no, they blew it up. Never mind. Yeah, if they blow up the ships, I can't board them. That's a bit of an obstacle. Yeah, if the ships are reduced to ash, I can't recover them, as you might. Ooh. That guy jumped out while disabled. I didn't know that ships could do that. Or it could be he was disabled after the jump had started. Still, that's unusual. I didn't know that they could do that. Okay, let's see if we can find a planet that we can actually talk to these guys on. Nope, they don't. They do not want me to land on any of their planets. Previously, when we've run into this, we've been able to find a planet that we could land on. But they may not have any worlds they're willing to allow strange foreign aliens that they've never met before talk to. After all, humans don't have jump drives. So there are genuinely a few aliens that we've met that have never... Well, no. Actually, now that I think about it, every alien that we've met thus far has met humans before. Obviously, the High are familiar with the Republic because they have that secret deal going on that they were talking about. The successors met humans, but it was only in like the 1700s, so they speak in Shakespearean English. But they have technically met humans. The remnants are humans, and the Avgi met the three people that fell through the one-way... Oh, wait, we can land on this planet. Hold on. Let's find out who these people are. All the other worlds belonging to this species have appeared unwilling to let you to land, but here you find a slightly warmer welcome. A cloud of small, highly maneuverable patrol ships takes off from the planet as you approach, and herds you onto one particular landing pad where, after a few minutes, several of the aliens approach your ship. This species is bird-like, but with bodies nearly as large as yours, and with wings that tower above you. Oh no, we've met birds, and now all I can think of is that stupid Captain Picard meme. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it. Don't think it. Don't say it. Don't think it. They come swooping down from the sky, circle your ship to inspect it, and then land near the hatch and wait for you to open it. They do not appear to be armed. Their talons are 8 or 9 centimeters long. Okay, so instant death if I try to shoot at them. Actually, speaking of which, I don't have the option to shoot at them. Previously, when we have met aliens, we have actually had the text option to open fire. That seems really stupid, though. Like, I don't know how you're going to do that without getting your ass beat in most of these situations. Your ship is in their starport. But in this case, we don't get that option. Hesitantly, you open your hatch and greet them. One of the aliens speaks to you, a chirping, clicking noise. You have no idea what it is saying. My name is Saito. I am glad to meet you. The alien leans forward as you speak, as if trying to decipher your words. I am not even going to attempt to pronounce that. You shake your head to indicate that you do not understand, and try again to speak it in your own language. Again, it leans forwards as if deeply focused on what you are saying. The other aliens standing beside it are inspecting you with equal curiosity. Finally, one of them says to the leader, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. No, not getting your ass getting your ass beat. That would be a nice way to do first contact with aliens. Getting your ass beat is not. The other alien... Oh, wait, no. Wrong Wrong part in the sentence. Here we are. The leader gestures in response, turning up open palms, and the second alien steps forward and begins speaking in an entirely different language. After a moment, you are startled to realize that it is speaking the language of the High. The difficulty it has producing the sounds lend it a rather coarse accent, but it is almost certainly High. High? You speak the High language, you ask? You cup your hands above your ears to mimic the large, rodent-like ears of the High. Li Kahai, says the alien, rustling their wings in what you take as a gesture of excitement. Speru ek Kahai at the same time. Though one of the other aliens takes a step back and flexes their talons at you, it occurs to you that the High may or may not be viewed favorably here. Okay, we were watching them fight the Unfettered earlier. Confirmed Saito? No, I do not. That is not confirmed. I was just speaking in general. I'm just projecting based on my attitudes towards the arrivals, actually. But that's not relevant to this game. Don't worry about it. Are there any High here? The same alien speaks again, pantomiming your ship flying through the sky and then returning, then points to your airlock and mimics your rodent ear gesture for the High. You think they are telling you to go find one of the High who can serve as an interpreter and bring them back here. I wonder if we give the Unfettered a jump drive, if they'll translate for us. These guys have never met the regular High. If they did, they would almost certainly be okay with them. They are not, which means that they've only met the Unfettered, which we have been dealing with previously for about 15 minutes. If we can talk to the Unfettered, or maybe I can just... Because we can bribe our way onto the Unfettered planets, actually. So I might want to try that. Oh wait, we have a quest now for that. Aliens north of High Space seem to speak the High language. If you can find one of the High who is willing to interpret, perhaps you can communicate with them. Let's go check the Unfettered. Yes, we have been trying to board their ships to steal them for money. That does not matter, apparently. I don't know how reputation works in this game. Offer a bribe. It's a pleasure doing business with you. All it is 50,000 credits. I don't give a shit about that. That's like nothing. The aliens north of High Space seem to speak the High language. Do you want to look for someone here who could serve as an interpreter? Yes. You search around the spaceport for any sign of a local government. Eventually one of the High approaches you. You are lost, monkey. What is it that you are looking for? Right, because the Unfettered are kind of racist. Do you know where I can find an interpreter? She looks back at you quizzically. What purpose would an interpreter serve? You can understand my words, can you not? I need one to... Wait. I need one to talk to the aliens up north from here. Foolish monkey, we've already contacted those aliens. We have little use for another emissary. Can you still provide an interpreter, though? You do not need an interpreter. All you need to know is that those aliens are not worth conversing with. That can't be that bad. I think the Unfettered are just haters. Speaking of haters... after I left the planet, they fucking killed me instantly. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, we need to land... Let's talk to one of the regular High. They might know. Hey, why am I getting my ass beat for no reason? Can you guys not do that? Okay, no. they're gonna beat my ass. This ended up being a lot harder than I thought it would be. Let's use the jump drive to get out of here, because that doesn't require us to face a particular direction. Okay, let's see if there's anybody on Giverstone that might know. The aliens? Okay, yeah. You managed to contact the local governor's office, but when you speak with the governor, he says, "First contact? Human, this is not a task for just any high. You must go to our homeworld, where an official ambassador can join you. I will contact them and tell them to expect you." Oh shit. Okay. We're doing first contact for 2 different alien species now. Because I guess... Oh, this is gonna be rather awkward. The only people willing to serve as an interpreter for us are the regular high, who are not violent. But these aliens up here, the Wanderers, have only ever met the Unfettered. This is gonna be really awkward, actually. Hi, Mobile Sugrundle. Welcome in. As you are approaching High Home, you contact the High Government and ask if they would be willing to provide an ambassador to help you communicate with the aliens out to the north, who seem to speak the High language. They immediately direct you to a private government hangar, where a diplomat meets you. She holds out a paw to greet you, and says, "My name is Sayari. I was the envoy to the human government a century ago." Holy shit! We've got like a celebrity on our starship then. Wait, the Human Republic knows that the High exist? That text box should probably have a check with whether or not you've already had the conversation with the Republic intelligence officer. Because that text option makes no sense. We've already been told by the Republic Intelligence Service to shut the fuck up and not say anything about the High. So, I'm going to choose the second one. "I am pleased to meet you. Are you willing to travel with me?" "Yes," she says. "If these aliens will provide a place for me, I mean to live with them permanently, an ambassador between their people and ours. I am old and in need of great novelty, like this, to make my life interesting once more." Okay, so here's the little catch here, lady. They fucking hate your people because they have no idea you exist and they've only ever met your equivalent of pirates. Sorry about that. You note that the fur on her face, especially on the snout, has turned from brown to silver gray, a sign of age in terrestrial creatures, and perhaps in the High as well. No, I'm not going to say anything, actually. What if the humans want our own envoy to these aliens? That's not my concern. That's not my concern, actually. I do want to know what the answer to that is. If they prove to be friendly, I'll help you find a way to communicate with them directly, so you need not use me as an intermediary. But our first step must be able to speak with them. You help her aboard your ship, and get ready to return to the alien homeworld. Okay. Sure. The age of one... I wasn't going to say anything. I was not going to say a single fucking thing. That's all you. I want to point out that this is all you. I am considering using their reactor, except that it has... Oh wait, it doesn't have double the heat generation. It has less heat generation than our current reactor. Fuck this thing. Breeder reactor's ass, actually. Oh, I can't buy it because I don't have a license. God, we might have to rip that one off of a captured ship, actually. You're reading my mind. Hag, don't say it. Don't think it, don't say it. Don't think it, don't say it. I hate it here. I hate it here. They have a really good shield generator, actually. 150 shield gen. Hmm. I think I'm gonna keep the steering the planetary class. We need that maneuverability. Oh, I do not need these minerals. I don't know where I got these. Okay, do I have... Speaking of weird cargo, okay, I don't have anything weird on board. Let's go speak... Oh, let's go to home world? Now I have 2 missions. High Interpreter still has the... High Interpreter has the quest going to that planet there. And then, I guess we should do the High Interpreter first and then do the Wanderer Diplomacy. Maybe? She seems to have wanted to go directly to their homeworld, but I don't even know if we can land on it. I guess the little planet is on the way, so we'll stop by that first. These quests seem oddly contradictory. Wow, they sure are fighting. I kind of want to stick around and see if there's any ships I can loot. It doesn't seem like that's likely, though. It seems more likely that we're going to die here in about 3 seconds. Oh my god. That sure is a lot of missiles. Hell no. Wow, that was a lot of missiles. Yeah. Now we can jump freely once we've left the center of the star system. Jeez. Oh my god! We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're going to die. We're going to die. It's over. Well, let's try that again. Huh? Wait, the missions are different. Loading it reset the mission? Huh? That was weird. Oh, well, I guess it's none of our concern. Very strange, though. I think maybe that was a bug and I shouldn't have had the High Interpreter mission. Okay. Let's... Hello, aliens. Goodbye, aliens. Yeah, the jump drive, makes that a lot easier. I guess for some reason it hadn't yet registered that we had the ambassador on board our ship. And so the quest was still showing up. Although I did know that it was gray, so maybe it had, like, registered the mission, but it hadn't happened yet, which is very odd. Oh no, we've seen that before, actually, with the bounty missions. They'll do that too, so I guess that's not a bug. I just misinterpreted the user interface of the game. It wouldn't be the first time. Once again, the Wanderers allow you to land, but with a large flock of their light warships surrounding you, to herd you into a particular landing zone. A small delegation of Wanderers meets you in Sayari, whom they greet hesitantly in the High language. She responds, and a heated exchange follows. You do not understand any of what they are saying. Um, I can guess what they might be saying. I'm just gonna wait for a break in the conversation. She holds up a paw to you while speaking a few more times, or sorry, well, a few more. Wow, I can't read. She holds up a paw to you while speaking a few more sentences to them, then says, "They are saying that the High are attacking them, and they want to know why. It must be the Unfettered who are raiding them. I'm trying to explain that the Unfettered do not represent the High people as a whole." They continue talking for a while, and then the Wanderers ask you a question. Sayari translates, "They want to know what humans want, and why you have come to their territory." Um, well, the first entry is the truth. I'm an individual explorer. I don't represent my species or their governments. The second one is if I'm LARPing as, like, a Starfleet officer. And then the third one is also actually just, like, what I would say in real life as well. Um, I don't know. That first one is painfully honest. I'm gonna say the third one, though. They respond, and Sayari translates. They say that their species has encountered many other species in the past, and always has found those encounters to be valuable, although. She pauses to listen as the Wanderers continue speaking. Although they say that in their travels, far more often than they encounter living species, they instead only find themselves sifting through the refuse of a species that has destroyed itself through war or carelessness. They hope that you are not such a species because. Again, she pauses as the Wanderers speak, then says, "Because they hate to make new friends only to lose them again." That's terribly depressing. Also, it's true. Um, both human space and the High are embroiled in a civil war. Uh, the Korath are in a civil war and also have destroyed most of their planets. The Avgi are in the process of being wiped out by the Aberrant. Um, the successors are just octopuses. That's their problem, actually. That's their entire problem, and they speak funny. And the remnants are busy hiding from everything. The galaxy kind of sucks, and the Quarg are like, "Oh, we're gonna uphold the Drak orders for galactic peace," not apparently recognizing that they've evidently failed miserably in all aspects of that. Speaking through Sayari, you try to reassure the Wanderers that you have peaceful intentions. They speak with her for a while longer, she tells you. They say that I will be allowed to stay here as an ambassador. Aberrant mentioned matter disintegrators equipped. No shit. Those guys like were kicking my ass. Though we were able to beat the Aberrant in straight combat actually a couple times. They're not invincible like some of the aliens that we've met. It's just that the Avgi, their tech kind of sucks. They didn't. It seems like they didn't have that great of technology, and then the Aberrant showed up and rolled them basically, and then humans taught them shield tech, so they weren't instantly wiped out. Actually, it's funny that those three explorers that we helped last stream probably are the reason the Avgi are still around, even though they are like slowly losing. They'd be they'd be even worse off. Oh, there's ads. They will also let you land on most of the worlds, but they will not welcome any other High into their territory. I fear that they distrust the High, because of the actions of the Unfettered, and being associated with me may harm your chances to win their favor. For your sake, we should find a different way for you to communicate with them. How can we do that? See, okay, I get it now. We've kind of gotten lucky. previously, all the aliens that we have encountered have either been human or have met humans before. The the successors, like New Shakespearean English, or a translated version of Shakespearean English in some human language. I've taken for granted that we are speaking English here, but I feel like that they no, okay. The successors are almost certainly speaking English to us. However, English may not be the dominant language in the Republic. We don't actually know. There's probably like some kind of auto translator for all human languages. I hope we have something like that in the future. Like some kind of that's an actual good use for AI. Is like actually good text to speech. And actually I want to say that AI use has improved text to speech in recent years. That's one of the things that actually I would like is for us to have the ability to speak with other people in our language and they understand it in theirs. Like that would be crazy if we could have some kind of real-time like super translator for human language. But it sounds like there are scientists on the high world of Greenwater who develop speaking machines to allow the high who do not know the human language to communicate with humans. I'll write a letter asking them to give you one of these speaking machines so that you may talk with the Wanderers without needing me as an intermediary. Well, that's convenient. In retrospect, going to the Unfettered and asking for help was a very stupid decision. Because of course the Unfettered aren't going to help me speak to aliens that they are raiding. But the regular high are like reasonable, if a little bit unambitious. But they have the technology that we need, and then we can speak high, which will allow us to talk to these aliens. But it'll be weird. It's like, okay, it'd be like going to another country that has never heard of your language before, but they've only ever heard Latvian, but the Latvians have invaded them. So our only way of being able to speak to them is going to be speaking Latvian, which is going to be like really awkward, even though it does let us speak to them. Maybe they'll be okay with it because I'm clearly not a high. I'm like a human. I actually didn't read this. Hold on. This is the most populous Wanderer world, with dozens of large cities. The tallest buildings branch and cantilever out from their bases like metallic trees. More than half the surface of the planet is an ocean, with a few small settlements built on the massive living rafts of algae and seaweed, perhaps 10 meters thick and up to several kilometers wide. Much of the land is forests, with villages built entirely in the treetops. There are also farms here, but more like gardens or parks than a human farm, each with dozens of species of plants growing side by side, harvested by autonomous robots. They're seagulls. These guys are like seagulls. Then it sounds like they live on an oceanic world. Interesting. This is technically not the direction that I'm supposed to be going, but I'm wondering if it lets me get back to human space. Although perhaps that is a stupid assumption. That was a stupid assumption. Okay. We went the wrong way. Oh, that's obnoxious. Can you believe that we used to do this all the time? Back before we had a jump drive. It feels like just a couple streams ago. Thank God we aren't having to use the jump drive anymore. He says while using the the hyperdrive. I confuse them because every single science fiction IP likes to use one or the other and then like isn't consistent about the difference between them. Although I feel actually Stellaris has the exact same differentiation between jump drives and hyperdrives as this game does. The hyperdrive goes on hyperdrive lanes, and the jump drive just goes to star systems. Okay. Speaking of Stellaris, I'm disappointed to see that Biogenesis isn't part of the Christmas sale. Because I kind of wanted Biogenesis. I feel like it's pretty old at this point. I'm shocked it isn't on sale. Maybe I need to wait for like a special Paradox sale. They have those a couple times a year. Maybe then I can pick up Biogenesis. Obviously, Shadows of the Shroud is too recent to be on sale. Same for the Infernals pack. I don't have Shadows of the Shroud, but there's like Stellaris games that I host in the Discord, and I use somebody else's copy of Shadows of the Shroud to experience the DLC. That is at least the one nice thing about Paradox games, is that you don't have to have the DLC to experience it. Just the host of the multiplayer match has to have it. You land on Greenwater and seek out the technologist that Sayari told you to contact, a High named Eruk. His eyes light up when you describe what you need from him. And why. Contact with a new species. How very exciting. I'm glad for Sayari that such an opportunity has been presented to her, but our speaking machines are very valuable. Before I give you one, would you do a small favor for me? Sure. The human immigrants tell me that in the region of your space they call the Deep is a space station. A library that houses human cultural artifacts, and a database of human literature and history. Bring me a copy of that database, and I'll give you a speaking machine. How will I convince them to give me a copy of their data? Oh my god, actually I'm keeping that one to myself? What do you mean by that? Well, is this in reference to something I said, or is it something else? How will I convince them? Information is what you call a non-rival good, is it not? When I give information, I do not lose it. Sharing it costs me nothing. The librarians, surely they will understand this. Have no fear. Well, the High don't realize that we charge for video games. The High don't realize. You just saw it. Okay, it was not related to stream. Okay. I don't know why my jump drive is taking me to non-optimal routes. I think I might have it optimized for fuel use and not optimized for time. Knowledge wants to be free. Oh, it's because I can't actually make that gap. That jump there is not possible. That sucks. The only good line from modern Destiny. I feel like Destiny has to have a couple other bangers in it. But now I can't remember. Because it has been quite a few years since I played any Destiny. I think I mentioned before I stopped playing Destiny 2 after Beyond Light dropped. So it's been quite some time. Good. I mean, I'm sure there's cool stuff in modern Destiny. They really named the library Alexandria. Are you guys trying to get that space station blown up? Can we be for real here for a second? You had wondered how you would get a copy of the entire cultural archive, but it turns out to be easier than expected. Okay, never mind. The Republic is not quite as evil as I assumed. I get okay, because the Republic is still like capitalist, although the worst excesses of capitalism are present in the Syndicate, which is just like cartoonishly capitalist. The station has a small museum gift shop, which sells a copy of the archives on a data card. The perfect gift for the budding historian in your family. Hold all of human history in the palm of your hand. On sale now for only $39. Okay. Okay, they do still charge for it. It's just $39.99. Given that a cheap data card costs a fraction of a credit, it's a bit of a ripoff. You gladly buy one to take back to Eric. Okay, it's like Star Sector, where a credit is... No, Star Sector is more expensive. In Star Sector, a single credit is like one crew member's wage for an entire year or something. Or it's like one crew member's wage for a month. This game, the credit is not worth that much. Unfortunate. Sari instantly killed someone again. I guess I shouldn't necessarily draw attention to it because, like, you don't want to encourage that kind of behavior, but it is really funny. I love that alert so much. Now I just need to return back to the capital of high space and give them the copy of the data card, which contains all of human history. I hope that they don't read anything on there that's bad. We've never done anything terrible in our history, have we? And that's not even including the Alpha Wars and other events that haven't happened yet. I'm sure it's not going to be an issue. Surely. Then again, in comparison to what apparently a lot of the other species in this galaxy have done, human history isn't that bad. We've not yet sterilized huge portions of space. Yet. You return to Eric's workshop and give him the data card. His eyes light up with excitement as he makes a copy of the card and returns the original to you. I've spent my whole life studying human culture, he says. This is a treasure to me. And now, here is your speaking machine. We gave him a copy of Wikipedia, basically. He hands you a small spherical device, with speakers and microphones mounted on it, as well as what looks like camera lenses. The device is programmed with the human and high languages. It's not always possible to translate perfectly between our two languages, but it will give you a sense of the range of meanings in what is being said. Is there anything else I need to know? He humors you by demonstrating how the machine works, holding a conversation with you, where he speaks in the high language, and the machine automatically translates for you, and then translates your responses back to his language. It apparently uses its cameras to track who you are speaking to, or listening to. It's an impressive piece of technology. That's the kind of thing, like, I want that for AI. I want AI to actually be useful and allow me to speak with people in not English. No, don't get me wrong. It's awesome knowing English, which is the world's most spoken second language, by like a massive margin. However, it would be really nice if that wasn't necessary, because there are a lot of people that don't know English, and you can't like expect people to know your language, even though it is common. Google Translate does this already, but it lacks nuance. I know. What I'm saying is, surely, using all those massive data centers, we could actually make a nice meaning map of languages instead of like slop. We could actually use AI for something useful for once. No, it's not possible to translate everything perfectly. But in the same way that you can get an approximate meaning, you should be able to do that. Like, literally, semantic mapping is one of the things AI was like first. Sorry, semantic mapping was one of the things that like modern machine learning was first used for. It's done a decent job at it. I'd expect it to be better with all of those GPUs they're buying and spiking prices with. Evidently, I guess making like cheap consumer slop is a more pressing concern. Anyways, let's go talk to the aliens. We can now land on their planet. We actually have a quest. Oh, the quest is just return to their homeworld now that I have a device that I can speak to them with. Yo guys, what if we stopped making the torture nexus and made the being nice nexus instead? I love that idea. And then you get beheaded in the town square. I will not comment on that idea. Twitch terms of service. Excuse me, Twitch terms of service? What the hell? Hold on. Do I still have internet? My stream manager tab just went dark there for a second. That was very strange. Yeah, you would need a whole explanation for if the translator translates me saying. Where cooks 6, there is nothing to eat. Oh, yeah, no, idioms are going to be difficult for an AI. Without, because idioms, similes, lots of that stuff is really difficult for AI because it is no longer a straightforward semantic mapping of specific words. You now have whole phrases that mean something different than what they would traditionally mean, and it actually has been a huge issue for auto translation tools. Because you have to somehow be able to identify the idioms, which are language specific, and then a lot of idioms will not have a direct translation. Some of them do. Some of them do have. There are idioms that exist in English that have a equivalent in another language, but not all of them do. If there are too many people doing one task, they aren't going to complete it well enough. That's really funny because English has the saying of too many cooks in the kitchen. Which is like related, but it's not quite the same. That's really funny. I was supposed to have landed at that planet to get fuel. Well, too late now. Oh god, get me out of here. Oh god, get me out of here. That was close. A kitchen is well known to have that issue. Yeah, because it's like, hey, if you ever want to see relatively normal people go absolutely insane, get in the way while they're trying to cook something. This will piss off even the most well-adjusted individual, and I do not blame them. I do not blame them at all. I've experienced it like once or twice, and it is not a fun experience. With the help of your new translation device, you are able to contact the Wanderer government. They welcome you back and tell you that a wanderer named Iktat Rek has been appointed as the official envoy to deal with human visitors, and he should be arriving at your landing pad shortly. Rek is slightly larger than most of the wanderers you have seen, with muted white and brown plumage, and a clom? I'm just, wow, really fucking up words sometimes. Dignified bearing. I like read words much faster than I understand them. It is very rare, exceptional in our history that we have to deal with, cope with other species. I I don't actually this reminds me of the if you guys were here for the Control stream that we did. By the way, I'm looking forward to playing that sequel to Control when it comes out. The way that the board speaks often has split meanings between words. That's what that reminds me of. There's a reason why you keep knives in the kitchen? Exactly. Exactly. And he says, and now we find ourselves dealing with two at once. He is speaking the High language, and the translation device does its best to render his words in your own language. How did you learn the High language? It's probably because they captured some of the unfettered. How long have you been fighting the unfettered High? It's been nearly 20 years cycles now. At first, only a single High ship invaded us, but back then we had no defenses in place to stop it. For years, the ship only stole food from our frontier worlds and avoided combat. In our culture, it is an obligation to share food with one who asks for it. So we did not oppose the High ship. But then more High ships came. I'm going to choose the meaning that makes the most sense based on the sentence. Attacked one of our worlds and took it for themselves, and killed many of our people. We built warships and drove them back. And yet their raids still continue. Speaking of raids, hello, Kindred. Hello, welcome in, welcome. For those of you who don't know me, although most of you probably do, my name is Saito. I am a stoat astronaut. I was a robot. I probably will be again someday, but that is a long time from now because I make models very slowly. I play all sorts of video games. Space games, puzzle games, so on and so forth. I hope you enjoy the stream. Hello, Kendra. What were you streaming? You were streaming art. I hope you had a fun time with that. I've been slacking. I've been meaning to do a simple character design recently, and I have been lazy. But welcome in, Raiders, welcome in Radless, and for 4F4 Ultimate Angel, and anyone else who is lurking. I hope that you enjoy the stream. You've been busy. Well, I mean, busy is good in some cases. I mean, if you're busy with something productive, that's like the best way that you can use time. If you're busy doing bullshit that isn't art and isn't really productive like I have been, that's not so good. But it's nice to see all of you. Yeah, I'll still be going for a couple more hours. This stream has to be kept a bit short. But I've got like an hour and a half left in me, so I hope that you guys enjoy the rest of that. But if you have to sign off to go to sleep because it's like 2 in the morning, I understand that. Me playing Vintage Story for the last week. Yeah, well, no, because I was talking about earlier on in stream about Kingdom 2 Crowns. That game like grabs me and then I play it for 18 hours in 2 days and then I forget about it for an entire year. It's happened several times now. I will do art eventually. I don't usually stream it, but I gotta have something to post on my Twitter and in the Discord, or I'll feel bad. I'll feel lazy. Like I said, like I was saying earlier, when we were talking about artificial intelligence causing people's abilities to erode. If you don't practice art, you'll lose what you've learned. And so I need to prevent that. But for today, I'll be playing more Endless Sky, which is a fun little RPG, trading, combat, spaceship game. It's really fun, actually. I've been enjoying this more than I thought that I would. Because like, going in, I was like, oh, it's an inferior version of Star Sector. No, it's actually quite different, and it's really enjoyable, and the story is pretty good. Can't lose what you've learned because you learned nothing. Don't say that. That's not true. You can draw. And if you draw more, then you'll draw good. You do have to challenge yourself. That's true. That's not always easy. Because if you do the same thing over and over, you won't necessarily learn new stuff. You'll just become better at whatever that is. So it can be a difficult balance. I get that. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I thank you for stopping by. I hope you all have enjoy the stream or have a good rest of your night. Where was I? I was meeting these new aliens. We finally got a translator device for them. These are bird-like aliens called the Wanderers. They have never met a human before, but they have met a species that we can communicate with. So, for the last half hour, I've been running errands so that I could get a translator device so that I can speak to these guys. Yeah, have a great rest of your night, Kindred. Thank you. And again, thank you for the raid. What was it? Do you know what the Unfettered want, you ask? They want food and land, says Rek. This we guessed when they first raided us, and the High named Sayari has confirmed this to me, that the Unfettered have squandered their own worlds and now make war to gain others. What is the history of your species? We are an ancient people, he says. This region is not our homeland. We came here through the Eye nearly 10,000 years ago. The Eye, you ask? A wormhole, he says. Once in an eon, the Eye opens and the wanderers journey through it to a new home. Since the time of our oldest history, it has been so. 100 times, maybe 1,000. We've left one home and journeyed to another. Each new home the Eye brings us to is full of devastation, and it takes many lifetimes to set things right. Then the Eye beckons again and we move on, and each time we pass through the Eye, we become something new. Oh my god, these guys might be extra dimensional, actually. It might be the Eye of the universe. What do you mean become something new? The first generation of wanderers that passes through the wormhole undergoes the molt. They are altered in their being and become giants, people of renown. Those who stay behind in the safety of old worlds remain only themselves and slowly diminish. So all wanderers yearn for the Eye to open so our species may once again grow. So they have a symbiotic relationship with a wormhole that transfigures them every time they go through. They might genuinely be extra dimensional, actually. It's not clear if this is the destruction of a universe and they go into a new one, if they are from another universe, or if they're like hopping galaxies and they just have a weird relation with like a super wormhole. This is a very cool concept, though. What makes the wormhole open? Who or what controls it? They probably don't know. Why does the molt happen? How does it work? Now this I'm curious about. Those are questions that we do not ask. It is a taboo for us, or mystery. I'm not sure which of those is actually the proper meaning. You ask a few other questions, but do not gain much more information. He does mention that the other Wanderer worlds have agreed to sell you some of their technology, and that you will be allowed to admire their ships but not purchase them. You thank him for his time and his willingness to trust a member of an entirely unknown species, and return to your ship. And these people are just that easy to say some other species is just evil? Well, to be fair, the only High that they had met until we brought Sayari here, the only High that they had ever met had evidently taken over one of their planets, killed everyone on it. So I can kind of understand it. It sounds like most of the other places that they go to have been ruined or destroyed. A big theme with this game is civilizations that last long enough have a psychology that prevents them from destroying themselves, or they eventually blow themselves up because they're philosophy has not evolved with their technology. It is essentially these are themes found in Dune, in Foundation, in another book that I can't quite remember. It's a common subject of, you know, what is the word I'm looking for here? Speculative science fiction. How does a society have to be organized to not kill itself on a long enough time scale? Because, we look around at empires and nations and kingdoms, and they grow and oftentimes blow up into many little pieces. Not always, though. Some of them, like, China, are really old. And a lot can be learned from those breakups, like the breakups of China or the breakups of the Roman Empire, that we can use in the future. And so one of the big themes of science fiction is how do we make a society that doesn't nuke ourselves or even worse weapons into oblivion? Why is that? That is not a link. That is not a real image, but Twitch thinks that it is. Just wondering why they didn't look for anything deeper, but just chucked them as unable for diplomatic connection. Well, they can't really look for much deeper because the Unfettered obviously wouldn't tell them anything useful. You can't learn about diplomacy from an alien species that thinks everyone else sucks and are just like resource pinatas. Same reason we haven't learned anything from the Korath, although they actually don't speak our language. Or they don't give a shit. The Korath have been in human space. They just don't care. And the Unfettered just are racist and think everyone else sucks. So the Wanderers aren't going to learn anything useful from the Unfettered High. And it also looks like the Wanderers don't have jump drives. So they can't go out and find other species willing to communicate. So we had to do that with our jump drive. Anyways, we can now buy shit from them. Sounds like we can't buy all of their stuff. Like, we can't buy their ships. And we probably can't buy most of their equipment. We can take a look at their other equipment that they have. Pet Ravager beams. They also have sunbeams. The Wanderers do not devote much time to developing weapons technology. See, this is really funny, actually, because the Wanderers' culture is not that different from the High. Except whereas the High like to stay in their space and be like Zen Buddhist squirrels, the Wanderers like to explore. They're like the Nomai, kind of. Actually. They just really like it is an Outer Wild reference. They are like the Nomai. Nobody else can travel dimensions. We don't quite know what the Eye is. They could be extra dimensional, or it could literally rearrange their DNA intentionally every time they go through it. Like, it could be a genuine symbiotic relationship with a wormhole that is alive. Or it's a Drak conspiracy and the Drak are controlling the wormholes. I'm telling you guys, it's the Drak. They control everything. The galaxy. It's all them. Not really. I actually think they're dead, personally. The Wanderers do not devote much time developing weapons technology, preferring to focus their attention on more constructive endeavors. However, the few weapons that they have created are efficient and deadly. You wish you could say something about the Nomai, but we can't talk about it? What does that mean? Oh, someone might not have played Outer Wilds. Okay, that's true. That's true, yeah. The Outer Wilds spoilers. I don't want to spoil Outer Wilds, because that game is incredible. You don't want to get spoiled on it before playing it. Because then it isn't as incredible. Although it's still a really fun game, in general. That laser weapon is really powerful. But I think I can't buy it. I don't know if that's because I don't have the space for it. Let me see what their shield generator's like. That shield generator is really good. It takes 3 more space than the generator that we have. It consumes a lot more energy. But look at that shield generation. 90. Wait. Oh wait, no, yeah. Shield generation is not in is in per second. So that's like twice as effective as what we currently have for 3 more outfit space. It does cost more energy, but that's okay. I'm gonna buy that shield generator. Holy shit. High performance, we'll call it. Let's see what their ram scoop is like. Much better than the Korath ram scoop. But the Korath ram scoop gives us extra fuel capacity. Oh, I don't know. It's only 1 jump that it gives us. We already have a lot of fuel capacity from the cryogenic deuterium tank. I don't know. Let me look at their reactors. Can we buy those? No, we can't. They won't let us buy their reactors. Which is a shame, because their reactor seems to be quite a bit better than ours. It generates less heat, generates more energy, and has added energy capacity. However, it requires 2 more outfit space. These guys have good tech. We can't buy most of their stuff. We can buy a map though. Yeah, if you guys haven't played Outer Wilds ever, I highly recommend it. It's an excellent game. Yeah, we can buy like almost we can buy their utility equipment. That ram scoop is pretty Ooh, wait, actually the ram scoop might be worth it because it is like half the size. Never mind. Goodbye, fuel processor. Hello, Wanderer ram scoop. It also costs 500,000 credits. That's fine though. I'm gonna get rid of the radar jammer. The radar jammer matters if we're fighting humans, which we haven't been fighting in ages. The cuttlefish jammer is not really that useful, but I'll keep it around because we're near high space. Probably I'll sell it eventually though. Dark storm shielding. That thing generates 210 shields per second. That's crazy. However, we would need a license to purchase that, which we don't have. Yeah, the only single piece of technology we have that's better than these guys is a jump drive. And it's stolen. We stole that shit. What are those ships? Heavy freighters. Medium warships. That medium warship looks like, it looks like a Klingon bird of prey. Or a Kestrel from Escape Velocity Nova. That's just kind of a common ship design, I guess, because Star Trek set the trend and everyone else is... Ooh, wait. I can do missions for these guys. I don't... Do I have to do missions for them in order to get the license? I don't know how that works. New animal. Wow. I can do a lot of missions for them, actually. I don't know that I should, but I can. Like, I don't know if that's necessary at all for to get the license. I don't know if I can get the license. Walking around the spaceport, you are approached by two wanderers. One of them begins speaking in the High language, which your translator picks up. Greetings, stranger. We heard you are capable of providing help. Is that correct? Sure. What do you need? Depends on how much you're willing to pay. What do you mean? Ambassador Sayari mentioned that humans do many jobs in their space. Or are we missed? We only do those jobs to get paid. Indeed, I'll be soft about it. Indeed, we do. At the planet named Vara Kesok, there are raids by the Unfettered that take place. During these, various structures get damaged. We wish you to help mend this by carrying tons of supplies or materials. That's really easy, sure. When the Wanderer hears your translated response, they chatter in the Wanderer language to their friend, who nods and runs off towards a nearby warehouse. We will load the cargo onto the ship soon, and I will join you to direct the repairs. Okay. We need to go to this place. We can also do another delivery mission, so we might as well, because it's an option. Okay, so the quarantine missions require both cargo and crew space, which is unusual. We haven't seen that before. So far we've just been finding these missions require you to have crew. These missions require you to have space. Now we're getting missions that do both, which is interesting. Anyways, let's go, let's do their little errand. I don't know if we can get a purchasing license from them, but we must have the ability to. If we must have the ability to do so. If it says that we need a license to buy from them, it must be possible to get a license. You drop off your cargo of flying cars. We delivered flying cars? Wow, they really are living in the future. Touching down on the planet, several wanderers gather around your ship and prepare to carry the cargo out of your ship. Before the wanderer you transported to Vara Kesok can say a word, a shrill bird cry fills the air. Looking around, you suddenly see a flurry of activity as many of the wanderers fly to their ships, which begin to take off from the planet. In the sky, you see bright flashes that may be distant weapons fire or explosions. I think the Unfettered are back, guys. What do you guys think? I think the Unfettered are back. The wanderer that tasked you to carry the construction materials speaks up. The Unfettered raiding fleet comes. We will put the food on a freighter and hope they take the gift and leave. If not appeased, you will help convince them to leave. I will just shoot them. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to work with these guys, but their ships are pretty effective. So as long as we have help, we can beat them. It's not easy, but it is possible. If we didn't have help, this would be, like, totally impossible, because the Hive ships are pretty good. I'm gonna revive some of these ships. Oh, they're not gonna help us. They're just gonna leave the system. Never mind, I'm not reviving shit. You guys don't deserve it. Oh, wow, they didn't even disable the shield beetle. They just fucking blew that thing up. I'm just gonna revive these ships here. I don't know if that's part of the quest, but I'm gonna do it. If anything, maybe they'll interpret it as helpful, because we've gotten money from reviving ships before. Although it doesn't look like they want to talk to us. Yeah, let's check. Or do I have a mission still? Okay. Drive off or destroy the ships. Well, we've done that, so. One of the Wanderers thanks you for your assistance. These foes become more dangerous or aggressive. You will report to the leaders on Vara Kachari. Or, sorry, Katrai. They must decide our action. Oh, these guys are gonna go fucking kill the Unfettered. I guess I'm glad I never gave them a spare jump drive. It looks like what they're using the jump drives for now isn't very good. On Vara Katrai, you meet up with Iktat Rek and the High Ambassador Sayari, and tell them that you just helped drive off an unfettered raid on the Wanderer Water World of Vara Kasak. The situation is not sustainable, says Rek. Perhaps the unfettered are the ones chosen to inherit the fruits of our labors here, but until the Eye beckons us to a new home, we have nowhere else to go. You're saying that after working so hard to restore these worlds, you would give them to someone as destructive as the Unfettered? Oh, so these guys are finding ruined planets and restoring the biospheres. That's helpful, considering the high number of completely wrecked worlds we've found. That have been irradiated or toxic as a result of God knows what. So these guys are restoring planets. I kind of wonder if their wormhole really is just a regular galactic wormhole, and they're going around the galaxy and restoring places after they've been ruined. Because remember, human space was once inhabited by some kind of dragon-like creatures. I forget what their name is. The Unfettered were telling us about them. And they're not there anymore. Presumably they got wiped out, but all the planets in human space are habitable. So either these guys restored it, or someone like them. Like the Korg, I don't know. Or it was just a really long time ago. I don't know. Maybe these guys aren't extra dimensional or extra galactic, and they're actually really important. They're part of the galactic ecosystem. That can't be right. The Unfettered wrecked their own worlds. They would wreck yours as well. This is true. It's really nice to have some interdimensional aliens that aren't fucking evil. Well, we found a few friendly aliens. Um, Although I think all of them came from inside the galaxy. So far that we know of. They would wreck yours as well. That is the way of the Wanderers. We restore worlds and then leave them to others, knowing that their new caretakers will squander their wealth. But why, you ask? Why do so much work for the sake of others who will waste what you've made? Because we have tended to the graveyards of 100 failed species, who spent all their resources before learning wisdom and balance. Put any creature in too small a cage, and it will destroy its own home and die. Give it more space and it may flourish. Are we foolish to have this hope? It's funny, actually, that they say that, because that's the exact opposite of what the High believe. They actually have completely opposite philosophies. The High intentionally gave up planets so that they wouldn't destroy themselves. Whereas these guys provide more planets for other species so that some of them will succeed. But what can we do about their attacks? That's a practical choice. Wait, sorry. I didn't finish the text block. Sayari says, the Unfettered did not make war with you, or with us until recently, when their 3 worlds began to die. Give them a new frontier and we may have peace again. But what can we do about their attacks? Is a practical choice. Rather than helping to expand and clean up those cages, Why not do something about the one who built those cages in the first place? I do sure hate the Drac for forcing me to get a jump drive. Nobody ever agrees with me. We should have open galactic borders. Sayari says, set every species loose to make war on each other? That would be foolishness. War favors the strong, not the wise. Iktat Rek nods in agreement. Life is too prolific / creative, he says. New species are born too often, and new planets too seldom. If each species were to take all that it demands... Wait. New species are born too often, and new planets too seldom, if each species were to take all that it demands. So there must be limits. Then what can we do about the unfettered? Won't they eventually desire even more? Sayari says, to buy time, you can offer them food in exchange for peace. Call it tribute, not charity, or you will offend their pride. Rex says, this is the best plan I've heard of. Mac, will you carry me to Varkari to arrange for a shipment of food? I can say I don't want to help them. I don't know why. I want to see where this goes. Sure, I can do that. I mean, maybe they're making a mistake and I'm going to, like, enable them to, like, get wiped out or something. But I don't think that the game would, write a plot line where we're supposed to doubt other people's intentions that are much smarter than us. They can build better technology than us. Therefore, they must be more intelligent. Surely. Once you arrive on Varkari, Iktat Rek explains. We've captured a few jump drives from the Unfettered and installed one in a freighter. To avoid provoking the Unfettered, the freighter is unarmed. It would be a bad start to our diplomacy to strike the Unfettered with Wanderer weapons. What should we do if they attack us then? I would prefer that you avoid combat. The Unfettered are said to be greedy for bribes if you're willing to spend money to buy peace, or simply avoid returning fire. The freighter is well shielded. It takes several hours for the massive Wanderer freighter to be loaded. Rek explains that they have kept track of which kinds of food the Unfettered prefer to steal, so they know what will be edible for them. Our destination is called Fireload. Sayari tells me that all High share a custom concerning guests, so we won't land on their planet. So once we land on their planet, we will be able to speak with them in safety. That's true. They do shoot us on sight, but we can land on their planets, and they haven't hassled us once we're on them. So, you know, the Unfettered are evil, but they're not that evil. Wait. Wait, we do have a Wanderer outfit license, actually. We can buy, like, shit like their engines, actually. Wait. Is any of this... Okay, these thrusters are not good. But we might be able to buy the generator. Hold on, let me see if I can... We can buy the generator. Okay, I didn't realize that I had a high outfit, or a Wanderer outfit license. So that generator is significantly better than the one that we currently have. They also have batteries. That's okay, so they're biochemical batteries. Also produce energy and have really high storage capacity. So they have cells which are like batteries, but they also have their own energy generation. Whereas, okay, if I sell both of these, that would reduce my energy capacity. However, I'd have way higher energy generation, so it might be worth it. I think actually that would be worth it. Yeah, I'm gonna sell the ultra capacitor and sell the Ravine batteries and buy a large biochemical cell. With that installed, our energy generation, we have a storage of 32,000, whereas before it was like 40,000, or it would have been slightly less than 40,000. However, our energy generation is now much higher than it was before. Because the breeder reactor output 768, but now it outputs 912, and the biochemical cell outputs almost 300. It does produce heat though. But all those two things together still produces much less heat than the breeder reactor did. Their nuclear reactors are very good. Now we have 20 free outfit space. I haven't had this much extra outfit space in a long time. I wonder if their engines are any good. They don't look like they're going to be better than whatever we have, though. Wait, I'm going to buy... Oh, no, I did buy a map. Okay, so we can freely buy anything that we see in their stores. I'm probably going to poke around some of their other outfitters more. Well, let's go do their... Okay, so the freighter is an ally to us. It'll just jump where we go. And we just have to land on the planet without getting killed. Which, knowing the Unfettered, is easier said than done. Oh, it says I'm cleared to land. They're still gonna attack us, though. Uh-oh! I died. Whoops. Maybe I should only take the freighter. Let's just try that again. A spoonful of evil. The high can have a little evil as a treat. Okay, I can just bribe them. Oh, they're still shooting. They're still shooting at the freighter. But it worked. Also, we got lucky with the spawns. The Unfettered make no attempt to attack you once you've landed on their planet. The Wanderer crew begins unloading the crates of food onto the landing pad, and eventually a small delegation of Unfettered leaders approaches. Iktat Rek explains that the food is a peace offering. It is far too little, says the Unfettered leader. Too little to pay us back for the ships you've destroyed and the worlds you have stolen. If you give us back our worlds, we cannot have peace. You mean the ships that... I feel like if I say the second thing, it's gonna piss them off. I can either let Rek do the talking, or I can just say, you mean the ships that were destroyed while they were pillaging the Wanderers? You expect them to pay you back for those? I really want to say the second thing, but that's going to absolutely demolish whatever diplomatic progress they were hoping for. On the other hand, the Wanderers are kind of spineless. I don't know what the right option to choose is. Oh, the ads are going here. While the ads are going, actually, I'm going to step away from the PC for a second and get something to eat. I'll be back momentarily. Give me just a minute. I have returned, and it looks like just in time. The end of the ad break. Um, okay, so here's my thinking, right? We can let Rex do the talking. Problem is, I don't think that will work. I genuinely think that the unfettered might respect them more if we say something rude to them. Because the Wanderers are like literally spineless, even though they are birds, which means they're not invertebrates. We have met genuinely spineless aliens in this game. So I gotta clarify that I mean in a figurative sense. Sorry, I was just finishing my drink. Um, this is tough. I'm gonna watch me finally make one choice and then fuck everything up. Peace, human, says Iktatrek. We're not here to decide who is right. He gestures you to step back and allow him to speak with the High alone. It is indeed only a token, says Iktatrek. We have plenty more to offer, and surely you see that for us to fight each other is wasteful. They talk for a while longer. Eventually the High Leader settles on a deal. We will send you freighters. Whenever the freighter comes, you will fill it with food. If not, then it is war. If you attack the freighter, it is war. And you must let us reclaim one of our worlds. We will give you food, but I am not authorized to give you a world. I must speak to our government. The High agree to that, and you get ready to return the freighter to Varkari. Varkarii? I don't know how that's actually supposed to be pronounced. It's an alien word. It's literally an alien word. They're still attacking the freighter. We're literally... Okay. That Unfettered are very interesting people. Okay, let's... stop by their capital and see what they have to say about the mission that we just did for them. You drop the freighter off safely on Varkari. Rex says, now I must return to our home to discuss with our elders. We cannot trust the Unfettered with a world in our space. They would build a garrison there and attack us. But perhaps this settlement will give us peace for long enough to find a better solution. Sure. Man, whatever. Yeah, the stirring thrusters that they sell in the store here aren't as good as the ones that I have. But they had another store with more stuff. Not on this planet, on another one. I can't remember which one it was. No more missions in the spaceport. Let's go find another outfitter. I'm just gonna start looking around outfitters in their space and see if we can take any of their useful technology for ourselves. I know some of you have probably been wondering why I've only been flying a single ship and not managing a fleet. Because managing a fleet is a pain in the ass, especially since each ship in this game has different fuel capacities. I do not want to have to keep track of all of that. This is a desert world, but the Wanderers are working little by little to make the desert bloom, planting hardy shrubs and cacti that eventually transform the sand into a soil that can hold moisture. In some regions, especially closer to the poles, the deserts have given way to dense forests, but near the equator, there are still large stretches of dry and barren sand, broken by the occasional belt of green, where a narrow river winds between the dunes. Do you guys know that greening deserts is actually like a thing you can do? You can literally plant specific plants in a wall to push back deserts. Now, deserts actually do have good soil for plants, but It doesn't hold moisture, which is the problem. That's why plants can't grow in a desert. And the, actual lack of moisture. But assuming it rains a bunch, you still can't grow plants in deserts because of the soil quality. Which is, I don't know, sort of an interesting thing. If you were to, like, drop onto a completely alien planet, it can be hard to grow plants with the soil on an alien planet. Because in order to grow plants, you have to have two things. One, I mean, it does have to hold water so the plant can survive. Or the plant has to be really good at holding water itself, like a cactus, for instance. But soil also needs, like, a bunch of nitrogen in it. Like, Mars does not really have that. Or maybe it does, actually. Does nitrogen... Hmm. Overall, Martians, according to the AI overview, Martian soil is considered nutrient poor for Earth, but it does look like there is what is called fixed nitrogen in Mars's soil, which I guess I never knew. So there is some nitrogen in the soil of Mars that you could use to grow plants if you wanted to. The Martian is not complete fiction. You could, like, grow a potato or something. We actually can buy these sunbeams, but they take a lot of space. They're excellent weapons, though. The White Sun reactor would be awesome. Like, that thing has an energy generation of 1,491 and an energy capacity of 6,700, but it is way, way bigger than we want. Let me see. Their big thrusters are slightly larger than ours and provide slightly less thrust. What is interesting is that the thrusters provide cooling. So they have, like, negative heat generation on these things. That's really interesting. How are the turning thrusters? The performance again is worse. And they're like, okay, the turning thrusters are slightly smaller, but I would lose 50,000 units of thrust. That's like a horrible, horrible loss. I don't want to lose that much thrust. I think we've got all we want from them in terms of technology. A new shield generator, a new ram scoop, and a new generator. Oh wait, we still have a quest for them. What was it? Oh, I guess we were just supposed to go back to the system that we were just in? Oh, maybe I forgot to visit the spaceport or something. Or maybe he literally needed a couple of days in order to talk to the people. We had a quest like that previously. Okay, here we are. When you return to Vara, Kukrai? Kutrai. Rek meets with Ambassador Sayari and a few of the Wanderer elders. The elders thank you for the role that you played in negotiating a temporary peace, and Rek says, we will reward you by allowing you to purchase our current civilian peacekeeping ships, and we request that you do not attack the ships sent to collect tribute, as long as they remain peaceful. The elders seem to agree that this is only a temporary solution. The Unfettered cannot be granted a base in the Wanderer territory. They would use their few jump drives to move a few warships at a time to that base until they had a fleet too strong for the Wanderers to defeat. Sooner or later, the Unfettered will grow tired of demanding such a base, and will return to open warfare. In the meantime, the only way to defuse this situation would be to get all the jump drives out of the hands of the Unfettered, and that means discovering and stopping whoever is supplying those drives to them. We agreed to give them a jump drive earlier, but I haven't done that. I'm kind of glad I haven't done that, because it seems to me like they can't really be trusted with it. Ooh, I now have a Wanderer license. Which allows me to buy non-military Wanderer ships. Okay. I have absolutely no use for the civilian ships, but it's nice that they're giving me the option. There is something I wanted to check out. What the hell is this little star system out here in the middle of nowhere? What is that? Hold on. What is that? It's a pug planet. Like the dog? What? Is this a new alien? Oh my god, it is a new alien species. Who are you? Vara Pug is an ocean world and almost unsettled except for a single pug city on the coast of one of the major continents. The animals and plants on the land are relatively uninteresting, but the oceans are home to an enormous variety of creatures, including whales the size of a bulk freighter, a highly intelligent species of jellyfish, and other far stranger creatures that rarely venture up from the sunless ocean depths. To avoid contact with these marine creatures, when the pug traveled to other parts of the planet, they used massive solar-powered airships rather than boats. Who are you? None of them speak to you, but a worker in the spaceport digs around in a closet for a while and comes up with a conversion attachment that allows your fuel tanks to be fueled using their style of fuel nozzle. Who are you? Wait, what? What? Why are they yellow? I guess that's kind of a rude thing to ask. Literally, who are these people? Okay. Whatever, man. Just visit a random star system and find a new species that isn't interested in conversation. Okay. All right. You know, earlier when I went up here, you can't just ask someone why they're yellow. I know, it was rude of me. I don't think we've been to this planet, have we? No, we have not. Let me look at their ships. We can buy their heavy freighter if we wanted to. That thing has 1,000 units of cargo space. Yeah, it looks like this is all the technology they're willing to sell us, though. Again, the cooling thrusters are really interesting, but their performance is bad. I want to see what's out here in this, like, separated system here. We're nothing if not a persistent explorer. That might be a pirate system, actually. It is a pirate system. Oh, shut up. Okay, these are all pirates. I'm just gonna leave. Goodbye. Do you guys mind? Yeah, I'm actually gonna go back into high space. I'll explain why. I see there's another unexplored system over here. This might be Korath, or it might be something else. We really have discovered a lot of aliens. Of these, technically humanity only is aware of 2 of them. The Korath and the High. The High are kept a secret by the Earth I keep calling it the Earth government. That's what do you call it? That's Free World's propaganda. It's the Republic space. The Republic government keeps the High a secret, but I guess the Korath are just like a rumor. Shadow Money secret gang. Pretty much. That's me every time I sell an alien starship. Oh, the Unfettered are no longer hostile to us because of the diplomacy that we brokered. I guess we can't take over their ships now. They would probably get mad if we boarded a ship and took it over. Well, it's not like we were very useful in the High Civil War anyways. Okay, we got the fuel that we needed. Now let's go check out this system here. Chances are it's uninhabited nothing. But I'd like to find out what's out here. Wait, hold on. This planet is occupied by Kor Sestor. Who? Oh my god. What was that thing that just shot at us? I've never seen that starship before. We've met new aliens and they want to kill us. This appears to have once been an inhabited world, and the remnants of a few cities still remain. But the planet's crust has been cracked like an eggshell, releasing rivers of lava and leaving behind unnaturally steep mountains and fault lines. The wind whistles and howls through the rifts and fissures, as if the planet itself is screaming in pain. A thick haze of sulfur dioxide and ash hang over everything. They fucking glassed this place. I think this might be another Korath faction. Great, more Korath. More unique and interesting types of Korath, who are thus far one of my least favorite aliens. Maybe I can just steal their ships. I cannot steal their ships. Oh, those are... Can I bribe them? That is a really cool looking ship, though. I'm going to die, though. I need to point that out here. I'm going to die here. Unless... No, I died. Let's load that again. Whoops. Okay. I almost got out. The jump animation started, but... I can't bribe my way onto the planet either. These guys kind of suck. Oh, those fighters are really annoying. They have, like, no health, though. Oh, but I also don't have any health. We've made a fatal mistake here. Okay, lesson learned. Don't fuck with the Kor Sestor, whoever they are. They kind of suck. Oh, this whole area is called Korath Space. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We have discovered the Boonrodia, which we couldn't land on. These guys attacked us. We've discovered the Core Cestor. They attacked us. The, what do you call them? The Core Efret were friendly to us, but they don't even have an outfitter. Not like we could buy anything useful from them anyways. Oh wow, that sure is a lot of ships. They're doing damage to me through my shields, by the way. I need to point that out. They're hitting me through my shields somehow. That makes me very worried. Whoever these guys are, they are quite deadly. Avalon, uninhabited. What's... Let me guess, another destroyed planet? Oh, this system is actually not connected to anything. This truly is nowhere. This is a pristine and perfectly habitable world, with warm oceans and a temperate climate. The land is dominated by large reptiles similar to the dinosaurs that roamed the continents of ancient Earth. Some of the land reptiles are over 20 meters in length, and the sea holds monsters more than twice that size. Deep in the jungles, near the equator, small mammals are working hard to avoid being eaten by the great lizards, and to survive for long enough that they will be able to evolve into the next dominant life form. Oh, we found a dinosaur planet. Don't know why that's out here. Cool, though. I'm gonna get fuel from the sun. Our ram scoop is now way more efficient than the one that we originally had, so... It's still pretty slow fuel gain, honestly, even though it should be twice what the fuel processor would give us. I'm actually going to jump back to Korath space. All these planets have, like, white stars. Well, we don't have a choice. We need to leave. Oh, we're going to die here? Is what's going to happen, actually. Wow, these guys can keep up with us? That's crazy. What is that? Core Moretti? That must be another faction of Korath? Okay, so the Korath must have been a huge empire, like humanity is. But I'm gonna load the game because we got shredded by those guys. They have really strong weapons. I don't like how they deal damage to us through our shields. That's crazy. Oh, I got killed again. We should probably not be here, in all honesty. But I wanted to see what was here. I want to meet the Core Moretti guys, because they seem friendly. I might be able to talk to somebody. Who am I kidding? That'll never happen. Diplomacy with the Korath? Are these guys slowing my ship down when they shoot at me? Hold on, they might have engine-slowing weapons or something. That seems crazy to me. Oh, the Core Moretti are also hostile to us. Never mind, I don't even know why I fucking bothered. Guys, I think these Korath guys might be kind of... I think they might be kind of bad. They might be a little unreasonable. However, these guys are very slow. They're not really very much of a danger. But, like, I need somewhere that I can go to get starship fuel. I'll have to try one of those, separated systems in the south. Yikes. Hello, buddy? You're getting your ass beat by the other ships. Why are you not... Whatever. He hated me that much that he was just gonna like. He hated me so much he would rather just fucking kill an unknown alien that they've never met versus an enemy that they have presumably been fighting for some time. I don't know how long the Korath Civil War has been going on. It may have been mentioned previously in the game somewhere, but I don't know. I don't know where. I don't want to sit here forever to get fuel back, though. So the Korath Bunrodia, whatever they're called, are the ones that we have seen previously in human space. These other factions? Never seen them before. No fucking clue who these people are. Or no, from afar, I almost read that as aloha. From afar, Aloha looks like it might be a pleasant place to live, with clear oceans, not too dissimilar from what you might find on a paradise world. But your ship's sensors tell you a different story, one of a planet with immense amounts of ultraviolet radiation bombarding its surface. Nothing short of an extremophile can survive on the surface here, and any life in the oceans is likely deep down where no radiation can reach. Okay, so looks like one of the weapons of choice for the Korath is something which can strip planets of their ozone layer. Don't know what weapon that is, but they apparently really like to use it. Okay, this is a star which we can gain fuel at, but it's very slow. Authorities on this planet refuse to... Okay, they won't let us land. But they don't appear to be hostile. Or maybe it's just because we're far away. In any case, these Korath don't seem to care about disturbing our fuel gathering activities. It would be nice to find someone actually willing to speak with us. You know, I just realized something actually about the Korath. Or no, I need to explore more of it in order to make a judgment. But it looks kind of like their areas have the hyperlanes have been fractured off into little groups. Probably a misguided attempt to keep them from killing each other. Assuming that we're a believer in the Drak hyperlane manipulation conspiracy theory. Oh no, okay. The Bunrodia are totally... They won't let us land, but they don't shoot at us. Which is like way, way better than the other Korath. If we can find more of their systems, that would be nice. Maybe they'll let us land on one planet. That's how other aliens have been previously. Oh, this is a binary system. This will be good for gathering fuel at least. Although there's nowhere we can land. I'm actually gonna keep the ship stationary here for just a minute. I'm gonna go put on a jacket. It's kind of chilly in my room. Give me just 1 second. Thank you for your patience. I have returned. In the meantime, it looks like we've gained a rather lot of fuel. Another Bunrodia system. Still can't land at any of their planets, though. Again, them not instantly blowing us out of the sky is a massive improvement over the other aliens that we've met thus far. Maybe we'll meet someone nice enough to, let us land. Okay, this is a nice fuel gain. Oh, that's really fast, actually. And I'm gonna stand here and regain all my fuel. I should have a better ship by now. But as a civilian, you know, this is all I can really buy is the Falcon. I either need to get military licenses, like a military license with the Republic and get like a Leviathan or something, or get an alien ship of some kind. But nobody's willing to really sell me anything. You can buy small ships from the Avgi and civilian ships from the other wanderers. Nobody else is willing to sell us anything. No inhabited planets. Hold on, what's the star map again? Okay. What I would really like to do is land on a planet so that I can buy a map. That's all I want to do, is buy a map. Why are those moons like in a chain there? That was weird. Again, all these planets, all these guys are assholes. And they won't let us land. Whatever. Let's just keep exploring. I don't need a star map anyways. Ooh. Oh, these are the core Moretti. Oh no, they fucking hate us. No, we have to leave. Okay. At least we still have the jump drive so that we can just like leave as soon as anybody uncomfortable. As soon as we find any uncomfy aliens, we can just bail. Remember, no matter how bad things are, no matter how much shit sucks, you can always just leave. Ooh. Wait, why are these guys mad at us? Oh, I think it might be the military ships of the Bunrodia are hostile to us, but the civilian ones aren't? I don't actually know what's going on here. Or why those ships turned hostile. None of the other ships that we have met from these guys seems to care very much about us, though. Yes, uncozy aliens. Not a fan. Come on, guys. Why can't we... What is that? Oh my god! I think maybe we should stop going to the south. Oh my god. These guys have mines? Wait, how tough are these guys? Can I beat them? Hell no. Look at how strong those shields are. They're not really dangerous to us, though, because they're slow and they have just mines. I don't give a shit. Wait, we can land? On... Oh. Never mind. This place is... destroyed. And the station authorities won't let us land at the other place. Guys, this kind of sucks. Can I meet someone nice for once? Wow, they just shredded my ship straight through my shields, actually. Why is that ship's name all numbers? Anyways, I think I'm stuck there. Hold on, let me reload. Oh, it's... Oh, wow, we have no, like, shields. What the fuck is wrong with us? Or we have no hull, actually. Our ship is, like, fucked up. The ship's Model 128, Model 8, Model 16, Model 64. I wonder if these guys are robots. I'm starting to get the indication that they might be. Because that was mentioned to us previously. Also, we are in a really bad spot, by the way. These aliens are very much uncozy. Okay, we've been to these planets before. I just need to get some fuel and then get to the Korg station. Oh my god, wait, there's a Korg there. Never mind, he's gone. Never mind, he's... There's a Korg and now there isn't. I just need 3 fuel, right? Yes. Which will take me a little second, but that's okay. Why did a bunch of ships just... These Korg fellas are very strange. I tell you what. I tell you what, they're very strange. Ooh, was that like some kind of ambush? I saw them warp in from both sides there. Wow, they do not like me. Hey man. Ouch. They just disabled my ship and then left. Hey, you. Oh, I can't ask them for help. Can a Korg help me? I don't... I'm stuck. Oh, Korg, help me. Finally, someone who speaks my language. Oh, he saved my ass. I'm gonna land on this Korg ring. I didn't know we could land on them. In your past experience, you've never seen the Korg move with anything approaching haste or excitement. When you land on this station, a group of them run up to you, moving faster than you thought that they were able to. For a minute or two, they just gawk at you and talk amongst themselves in their own language. You think you recognize the word humani, or perhaps Eartha. Finally, a Korg appears who speaks your language, or is at least willing to try. It says, "Salutations, astonishing sojourner. Whither came you, and wherefore visit you us here in the unique unquiet graveyard of the Korathi. Why is he speaking like the successor aliens? Why is he speaking like the octopus aliens that we met previously? Why does he talk like that? I'm just here to explore. Can you tell me more about the Korath? Ah, the unwise Korath. Once a mighty empire, now sadly splintered and diminished. Their own thinking war machines, now breeding with abandoned and inimical to all, hunt the survivors. And some of them, too, were exiled for their great crimes. What do you mean, thinking war machines? Robotic starships and autonomous factories to create them. Though now directed by no living being, they yet reproduce and wage against each other senseless war. Where their ships should you wander north and east of here, for they yield weapons diverse and strange, and bring you can we no succor within the bourne of their space. That is a very interesting sentence there. You mentioned crimes. What crimes did they commit? Of that we shall not speak, lest we awaken in you the desire to follow in their footsteps. That is, I'm literally I'm translating their sentences to something intelligible instead of what's written. You are interrupted as one of the Korath who inhabit the String World walks by, and the Korg says, "Friend Korath, meet the human." "Cytomech," you say, holding out a hand automatically. Korath does not shake your hand, but instead greets you by holding up both hands, palms towards you. It says something in its own language, and then hurries away. The Korg says to you, one faction among the Korathi sought peace. Korath Efreti, they name themselves, which means Korath friends. They are under our protection and intend you no harm, but they have not your language. Here humans are rare. Another question, have you? Aw, I can just say no, but I'm glad to meet you, but I do have questions. Will the friendly Korath let me purchase their technology? Visit their worlds. Though they learn not your words, you are clever and you may speak as one does without words, by pointing at things. You thank it for its time, and the... Oh, I didn't get the answer to the other question. That's okay. I wanted to know why, There are other planets here. Although they also don't look inhabited. I almost want to grab one of those command centers, because it sounds like that will let us disable the robotic Korath ships and then take them over? Somehow? I was gonna say, all these different kinds of Korath ships might actually be robots. Well, I don't think all of them are, but some of them are. I think the pink and the green Korath, or sorry, the pink and the light blue Korath might be robots. The Kor Moretti might be robots, I'm thinking. Um, the Korath know the English, or sorry, whatever human languages there are. Why don't they just give me a translating device like everyone else has done? Or sorry, the Korg know the Korath language. They also know my language. Why don't they just give me a translating device? They're so fucking unhelpful. The Korg genuinely piss me off. Literally useless aliens. What do they even do? Yeah, I'm gonna explore more of the northern planets, I guess. Or we could see them fight each other. Although it seemed mostly like there was uninhabited space between... Yeah, there's just Korg, I guess. I've not yet visited any of these planets, but I don't think it's good. I don't think these planets are going to tell us a story we don't know. Well, yeah, long ago this planet was home to several Korath oil mining settlements, but not all that remains are the tops of a few dozen of the tallest buildings. Everything else has been buried by sandstorms. Oh no, actually that one wasn't the Korath getting their ship blown up. That just sounds like climate change. Not that they couldn't have induced that themselves, but it's funny, we find all these planets that have been obviously destroyed, and then we find one that just isn't very habitable, just because that's the way that it is. But this is the graveyard of an empire, basically. And most of it is very hostile. Most of it is fucking nothing. Plumes of soot and ash rise from a cluster of several dozen volcanoes on this planet's main continent, shrouding the planet in a thick layer of clouds and choking out the sunlight. The ruins of several Korath cities and the geometric grids of cleared land surrounding them show that this was once a farming world. But now few plants are able to survive the kilometer-high glaciers. Are able to survive, and kilometer-high glaciers have begun creeping down from the poles. It may be centuries before the skies clear and this world begins to thaw. Several dozen volcanoes on the main continent sounds like they got bombed. It sounds like not only did the Korath have a weapon that can strip planets of ozone, they also apparently have some kind of weapon that can just like crack open the tectonic plates. Hello, Korg. Goodbye, Korg. We've met so many aliens that I'm starting to mislabel them. That's not me being racist. That's just like my memory is bad. Okay, let's just explore. Although it's not like... Yeah, again, it's not like we're gonna find anything here other than death. I feel like it's way more likely that we're just going to die. Holy shit. Wow, they're fighting each other here. Our weapons barely, like, do anything to them. Wow, okay. Let's try that again. All my exploration resulted in nothing, because we died. I really should not be here until I have a better ship. I think this is a bad place to be. I feel like if the aliens have weapons that go through our shields, it's probably time to leave. Wait, let me land on this planet. Oh god, there's aliens. Oh, these guys are small. Hold on. Wow, these ships I can actually damage. We can learn the truth about these guys. What are you? It's a robot. Yep, that's a robot. That 100%, that's a robot. Okay. We need one of those command centers if we're gonna, like, take stuff off of them, it sounds like. Uh, another ruined planet. These descriptions aren't even interesting. They're just kind of sad now. Yes, the core Moretti are evil death robots. Is what they are. That's what they are. As evidenced by how they've killed us several times. Oh, wait, oh, this system's great. What the hell is this thing that I just selected? Oh. Station they won't let me land at. But we can get tons of fuel here. We can recharge our fuel completely. These proto stars, I guess is what they are. That's what they remind me of. Are really good with our ram scoop. Yep, see my fuel is now full. There's a planet here. Is it? It is not inhabited though. This is another empty planet. Yup, another ozone cleansed planet. I'm beginning to think these Korath guys are no good. Whoa. There's an Archon here. I can ask it for help. Oh. Well, at least we know that they're not hostile to us after that little stunt that we pulled down in Remnant space. We had to fight one of these guys before. Or I think fight might be a bit of a embellishment on my part. I ran away from it like a little coward. I did not bother sticking around because I was in a little remnant starship. Oh, okay, that's just regular Korath. There are regular Korath, but then these are all different kinds of Korath up here. Oh, okay, some of them are robots. Anyways, these guys are no good. Let's leave. At least they can't go through our shields. Our shields are actually useful in this scenario. Hey, man. Oh, these... Okay, the Drak Archon is doing nothing about this guy that's killing me. Thanks for the help, buddy. That's awesome. It's a shame all these plants are restricted. I'd like to learn more about the Korath, but they don't seem rather... Or they don't seem very... Okay, the places in the north of Bunrodia space are restricted. The places in the south are hostile. I do not know what is up with that. I am mauling. I'm glad that you asked. I don't know why the places in the south are directly hostile to us, but the places in the north are only restricted. They probably don't want us flying around here, so I might poke around the north to see if there's a place that we can land, maybe. Let me just hop over here. Whoa. I'm sorry, is there part of a ring world here? That's totally a chunk of a ring world. This doesn't look like the Korg, though. Maybe they were building one and when the Empire collapsed. I don't know. Look at my shield recharge. I'm sure I'm glad I picked up that new shield generator. Doesn't look like there's any more stars to the south I can explore here. There's still all this stuff over here that we haven't explored yet. Oh, there will be ads here in just a second, but I don't think you guys are going to miss anything important. Let's check out this unexploded system. Nope, they don't want me landing there. It's a shame. This planet's really great for gathering fuel, though. Or, sorry, the star, not the planet. Okay. Well, these guys aren't shooting us on sight. So we must be in... Yeah, we're in restricted space. So they won't fucking blow us to smithereens. That's comforting. Or something like that. If we die, though, I'm going to lose all this exploration progress, which I don't like. I don't like the thought of. I'm just going to wait for my fuel to refill. It'll only take a second. Those ships look kind of cool. When they're not killing me, that is. I mean... Whoa! I'm gonna wait for the ads to be done, because whatever this is important. That was really... I never should... In this game, I never should say what's going to happen next, because the last 3 times that I've done it, I've been proven wrong within 2 minutes. I don't know how I keep doing this. Genuinely, I am mystified at this point. So whatever this system is important. I wonder if it's like the old capital of the Korath or something. Because it is kind of in the center of Korath space. Whatever this is probably an important star system. I didn't think that it was going to be on its own. I thought it was connected to another one. But this is a special star system of some kind. I just realized that we are paying a lot in crew credits. We've probably lost like 10 million. Does anybody remember what the credit count I had at the start of stream was? Oh, we did buy some equipment. So I think it's not all crew payments. Anyways, a voice says, "This system is off limits. You should leave." After a second, you realize that the voice did not come from your communications equipment. In fact, now that you think about it, you're not sure if it was an audible voice or something, or just something in your head. We can ignore it. We can say, "Why should I leave?" Or, "You cannot tell me what to do." Why should I leave? You feel as if a vast and patient creature has just heaved an immense sigh. Human, you would do well not to ignore the warning of an Archon. I'm here to warn off those who might be harmed by the swarm intelligence that infests this system. If you remain here long, your ship will be digested by the swarm. Ooh, they built a Grey Goo. The Korath built a Grey Goo here, is what it sounds like. What is a swarm intelligence? I'm pretty sure I know what digested means. A self-replicating miniature robots, a weapon created by the Korath, the last of their great abominations. If you wish to feed your ship to the swarm, I will not stop you, but they already possess enough raw material here without your assistance. The voice's tone, in as much as a disembodied imaginary voice can be said to have a tone, is sardonic. Actually, what does that mean? I feel like I think I've only read that word once or twice in... Okay, that's what I thought. It is related to sarcastic. Or mocking. Wait, I have more questions. Why don't you destroy the swarm if it's so dangerous? If the Korath manage to drive themselves extinct, this intelligence will be their last and greatest surviving creation, and we will preserve it as a living memorial to them. Please do not interfere here. When the voice speaks the phrase, drive themselves extinct, the words are accompanied by an emotion you cannot put a name to. Also, the empty space around your ship is beginning to light up with small sparks, like an angry swarm of fireflies. Why do you care if they go extinct? Our directive is to enforce peace and prevent extinction. As before, the words prevent extinction echo loud in your mind as if underlined by a nameless emotion. Now, enough questions, says the voice. The presence inside your head seems to fall away, and you are left talking to thin air. Anyways, this place is probably going to, like, eat our ship. I'm gonna... Oh, yep, look at the shields. Look at the shields dropping. It is eating our shields. It is eating our ship. I believe it is time to leave. Hello. Goodbye. Whew. Okay, let's see what's in this star system. Another separated star system. Oh, this one's just empty. But it's got a supernova core, whatever that's called. A white dwarf with a supernova halo around it. What is the scientific name for that kind of star? Like where the shell has exploded. Anyways, they're very useful for us because they give us all of our fuel, like, instantly. I'm gonna pop through in order to take a look at these separated systems out here to the right. That system is named Uwo. Isn't that a streamer? Hey, ain't that the name of a streamer? Okay, we can get starship fuel here, but it's pretty slow. All things considered, I think it's probably best if we move on. However, these star systems don't seem to have a damn thing in them. Although I noticed that Drac is now listed on the right under our government tab. I think we might be near the Drac. Do you guys think we might be near the Drac? They aren't dead, after all. They've been busy doing janitorial work in Korath space, is what it seems like. A planet where everyone tries to smash their own nuts recreationally. Um, I don't watch him enough to get the joke, but please tell me that isn't something that has happened. Please. Please tell me. Okay, wow, this star got to start fuel back really quickly. Lots of unexplored systems out here. Where the hell are we? We're way out from the galactic core at this point. There doesn't seem to be anything out here. But, like, dust and echoes. I think that that phrase was probably a reference to something, and I don't remember what it was. Is that a Halo reference? It might be. He made a contraption that was like big wooden blocks smashing into each other at extremely high speeds to crack walnuts while standing very close to it and going, "Oh, who the fuck are you people? Corundrum? These ships are called Gegno. Someone tell Geg there's an alien faction named after him. They're not hostile though. Cool looking ships actually. Oh, it is Halo? Okay, I was like, why did I made the reference but didn't realize what I was referencing. I have actually seen the walnut cracker device. No. Actually, I don't think I've seen the walnut cracker device that you're talking about. I saw someone where someone used an explosion device of some kind to crack walnuts, but I think I'm thinking of a different person. I'm sorry, the big wooden blocks smashing into each other to crack walnuts just makes me think of the what do you call it? AIL A3. They named this star system after one of Elon Musk's kids. What the fuck? What is that? An indigenous life form? What are... Whoa, there's a lot of stars here. There's like 5 stars here? What the hell? What are you? They're like little manta rays. I cannot radio them. Even if I could, I don't think they'd understand me. Wow, these star systems are not even like given regular names anymore. These might be actual star system names taken from like NASA or something. Anyways, there's nowhere to land here. I'm gonna go back down south. I don't know what the hell is the point of being out here, but I really want to explore this stuff. Now, I know some of the aliens and stuff have been added later, so I wonder if some of this empty space will eventually have stuff in it. I don't really know. Because it feels like most of the empty places that we've come across have been intentionally empty, like the Ember Wastes and the Galactic Graveyard. This area, on the other hand, is little star clusters all separated from each other with nothing in them. It's very odd. Hold on, there's a planet here. Owned by the Gegno V. They won't let us land. But they aren't hostile. Literally who? Guys, is this like the 5th alien species we found this stream? Who are these people, man? Genuinely. Who are these people? I didn't expect there to be so much interesting stuff at the far edge of the galaxy. I kind of thought we'd run out of stars to explore. What makes this, I don't know, interesting to me is that all of this stuff is mostly handcrafted. Okay, the text blurbs are handcrafted, system names, aliens. There's probably some kind of auto generation tool that the developer has to make like star systems and moons, though. You'd go crazy placing all these planet orbits by hand. It looks like there's a planet we can land on, but it's not inhabited. Why? Though. That is not how you pronounce that. You misremembered and it was weenies and eggs. Hold on. I was gonna make a Mickey's Dick Smasher joke earlier, but it would appear that even based on the description we are of one mind. That's funny. I wasn't gonna say anything. I wasn't gonna reference it, but I was thinking of it. Okay, I have not seen. I'm not gonna react to Andy. I'm not gonna react to Andy. I'll watch this later. Its surface is covered in extremely crystalline-like structures, protruding out in various fashions. These constructs are all exceptionally tall. Also, Uo was gonna like not gonna hit average life expectancy. He's going to accidentally kill himself with one of his contraptions at some point. This is not meant to be like criticism or praise. It's just a statement of fact. These constructs are exceptionally tall, and no two look alike. It seems the actual surface of the planet is far beneath a layer of these mysterious pillars. There is no obvious environmental reason for this composition, as the soft, snowy seasons and calm, low winds are the most active natural elements on the planet. Deep scans reveal even more odd compositions below, showing pockets in the depth of the glass forest that look like giant empty gaps between each pillar. Why is the planet covered in glass pillars? You were right about him standing next to it for extra emphasis. Like I said, he's gonna injure himself. Oh, hold on. Wormhole. We gotta find out where this goes. This is a purple one, which means it's two-way, I think. No, that's not necessarily true. Purple just means we don't need a quantum keystone to enter it. It's been ages since I found a wormhole. I wonder where this one goes. Watch it, like, rip us into some completely unfathomably strange part of space. Oh, no, it is a red wormhole. Never mind. It's just purple on the map. Oh, boy. Where does this go? Huh? There was a wormhole here to the Ember Wastes? Man, what? We could have gotten here from the Ember Wastes, apparently. Why does that link all the way up here? That's a bit strange, actually. Now that I think about it. One of the other problems is that I compulsively buy maps, but I do think it's a bit of a debuff sometimes because I'm missing wormholes probably because of it. Anyways, let's explore the rest of this space. Oh, this is good for fuel gathering. A little bit. It's okay. I get worried when I have less than 5 units of fuel. I would like to find a protostar to refuel at. Let's see what's over here. Wow, it's nothing. Oh my god. There are so many empty stars out here. I was gonna say, obviously the developer intends to fill this with content later, but we found aliens out here. They just don't want to talk to us. There may be quest lines involving them, though. I certainly haven't been doing as much questing as I could have been. This galactic arm just keeps on going. Okay, our little scanner no longer says Drac on our... Oh, I think Drac specifically refers to that system there. That's why it shows up on our... Yep. It's not listed as Drac control on the map, but it is. You can see it there in the bottom left, actually. Okay, I think that... Yeah, there's a difference between claiming a system and having direct control in it, is what that is. I guess. Can I get a star better to refuel at? Oh my god, speak of the devil. This is awesome. Finally. Oh, I did not want to sit in the orbit of like a yellow star for hours. Speak of whom? Oh no! You! The devil! Hello, Wizard. Welcome. I hope you're having a good morning. I'll go for 5 hours. I'm approaching sort of near the end of the stream, but I've been exploring the galactic map of sunless skies. There sure are a lot of aliens that we have been running into this stream, but most of them won't speak to us. Some of them can't speak to us, which is a different sort of problem. But most of them have been hostile and have just shot us on sight. Whoa. There are planets here that we can land on. Looks like we're about to... Oh wait, no, this is uninhabited? What about the other one? Oh, these are both uninhabited, but they are listed as Gegno control. That's a bit weird, actually. Hostile towards you? They get it right, methinks? I am a peaceful explorer of the galaxy. And these people have been shooting at me. I have done nothing wrong. Nothing on that one. No interesting tech. Why is our jump drive range different here? That's a bit strange. We've seen that before down in the Ember Wastes. But we're seeing it again. Where is Maz? Was he here? He was, but he had to go to sleep early because he has like work earlier than usual or something. I think that was what he said. The environment of this world is quite pleasant by human standards. A majority of Minaya's yearly seasons consist of extended warm summer periods that provide healthy conditions for wildlife to thrive. Canyons are a common sight, sometimes harboring their own smaller ecosystems, both in our higher mountainous regions and down in the valleys. Other patches of Minaya's surface have mesas that are home to mammals that look like large bears with antlers. Although this world remains an uncolonized paradise, there is some indication that the planet was visited recently by the Gegno. A few landing sites can be found atop the taller ridges, but none are intricate enough to attempt to establish any settlement. You'll be here working. Well, enjoy your lurking and working. You had a bone issue in Wario. All the bones inverted. That sounds to me like accidentally identifying like Y negative as your positive direction instead of Y positive. Because when you export from Blender, or maybe import in from into Unity, you do need to designate which axis is the forward axis on a bone. One thing unchecked. Oh yeah, that's how it always is. You forget to check one box and it completely destroys your entire project. God, can you imagine how frustrating that would be if it was actually a destructive process and you had to go back and rebuild everything? Yep, bake axis conversion, you have to have that checked. Or at least, I've always had it checked. There might be importation processes that don't use it, but I always have. Number 6, the bone inverter. Your bones will be turned inside out. I love that. I think of that stupid. Here's how I'll torture you, David. Number 1, the marrow furnace. Your bones will be filled with hot liquid metal. Another uninhabited planet. I can see on the right here, the governments in our area are the Gegno and Gegno V, which are apparently unrelated. Well, sorry, apparently not the same. They are almost certainly related. Nothing here except clouds. There is no discernible cause for why Yalir appears to be so inhospitable, despite having been able to support an ecosystem in the past. Let me guess, yet another alien civilization wiped itself the fuck out. Not like we haven't seen that a couple times at this point. In fact, I think we've seen it probably... Okay, the Korath wiped themselves out. Well, are in the process of doing so. The, whatever dragon-like species, or lizards, I guess that was in human space, must have wiped themselves out. The Ember Wastes. Whatever happened there was almost certainly self-inflicted. It doesn't seem natural. We still haven't found anyone willing to tell us what the hell that box we found was. I don't even remember who we've asked about it. Beautiful landscapes cover this planet, and unlike nearby systems, the climate is more than welcoming to a human being. Most remarkably, there are small selections of elegant curved structures and overpasses spread out in patches along the surface. While they are fantastical in appearance, they are unmistakably not part of the land itself, and must have been left long ago by some other species that also managed to leave the natural beauty of the planet intact. Either that, or it's been so long since their disappearance that nature has retaken everything. Again, all we are finding is just the bones of other civilizations. The bones of other civilizations and their weapons left behind that like to fly at us and destroy us immediately when they see us. Which hasn't been very fun. Well, I mean, it has been interesting, actually. So there's been a little bit of fun. I like the exploring aspect of this game. And I'm genuinely impressed at the... Another planet. Can't bribe the planet. I mean, not that we even could bribe the planet. Like, we can't even ask them anything. They have really cool looking starships, though. More uninhabited. How far does this place go? Great. Good lord. There. I was gonna try to finish up exploring the galaxy today, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. It is at least going to take one other stream. Can anybody let me land on their planet and tell me what is going on? We are genuinely so far from human space. I don't think any of these aliens have ever seen a human. G3191. Wow, that is like 4 stars? Maybe this will be good for fuel scooping. Whoa, what is that? Okay. There's just like some kind of... Wait. This thing has a gravitational pull on us. Look at that. I think this star system might be a little artificial, actually. Is this some kind of like star dynamo or whatever? It's not a selectable structure though. We can't. Okay, there appear to be 3 different types of Gegno. None of which that can speak to us. How far does this go? How many stars are there out here? Will we ever find a single alien that can speak to us? Whoa. What is that star? I'm gonna go back to that system, actually. We left that one too soon. Whoa, okay. Moments after entering the system, you are overwhelmed by an intense sense of emptiness. As you attempt to comprehend this feeling, you begin hearing whispers from behind? Guys, I think this shit's haunted. I think this space is haunted. We can pull out our sidearm and turn quickly, or we can turn slowly. No. No, 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 no. Hey, no. Hey. Can you guys hear that? I took off my headphones to make sure. The game was just whispering to us. This shit is haunted. This shit is so fucking haunted. There it is. Again? It's so quiet. That is incredibly freaky. I'm pulling out my fucking sidearm. You turn around, but there is nothing there. Besides the familiar internals of your ship, the whispers remain behind your head, like an itch that can't be reached. The whispers are in a completely foreign language that you can't even begin to understand. As you keep looking around, you begin hearing more and more murmuring. There feels to be hundreds of distinct voices, tugging your mind in every direction at once now, overloading your senses. Just as you think you can't take any more, everything falls completely silent. Okay, we've entered creepypasta territory. What the fuck is this? I was not expecting the game to actually whisper to me. It's a bit louder for me, I think, than it is for you guys. Hello? I think maybe we shouldn't be out here. Hey, what do you guys think? Human. An image suddenly flashes in your head as you feel millions of eyes staring at you from the boundaries of space. Looking around you again, you see a strange-looking spacecraft off in the distance in front of you, facing your direction. The voices continue to surround your mind with only slightly reduced intensity. We have run into aliens that can do this before. We've run into the Drac. They can communicate telepathically. I get the sense that this isn't Drac, however, or they would have identified themselves as such. This is something else. He kind of looks like a Terraria boss, actually. He kind of looks like a Terraria boss. Who are you? Numerous voices start up, but rather than becoming louder, they go back and forth in your head, as though they are having a discussion. After a few seconds, they fall silent and speak a single word in a cacophonous unison. Precursors. I don't know who that is. We've never met any civilization referred to as precursors before. We've heard of the ancestors, we've heard of the Drac. But I don't know who this is. Precursors of what? An end? That's not very encouraging. The whispers start to pick up with renewed strength. The swirl of endless vocals assaults your head, each moment more agonizing than the last. Finally they cease. You are left in silence. An end. An end to what? The voices resume, but you sense a newfound dreariness in their tone. You try once again to communicate with the ship, but despite the constant whispering in the background, it no longer answers. Taking another look at the vessel, it seems to have some sort of advanced origin. Eerie star-like patterns flow on its surface, and it doesn't visibly have any standard means of propulsion. At the rear end is something like a floating ring of objects that rotate in a peculiar manner. The planets in this system seem to have abnormal appearances, similar to that of the starship. But for some reason, even looking at them gives you a headache. Something unusual must have happened here a long time ago. Yeah, this is... I don't want to say eldritch, but, incomprehensibly alien. Most of the other aliens we have met have been comprehensibly alien. They don't appear to be hostile, at least. The ship is called Solemnity, class Viewer, and the faction is called Roulette. Roulette? They do not show up as a government on our government tab there to the right. Can I get a closer look at that ship, actually? I'm hoping it doesn't, like, kill me. Ooh, you look kind of funky. My head is blocking your guys' vision. Sorry. You look kind of funky. Okay, that looks significantly less creepy than the silhouette that we got, but that's still really weird. It feels as though there is a tremendous weight on your mind while you visit this world. The same sort of purple starlit hues of the alien ship from above can also be found in various strange formations across the land. Unlike the whispers from before, the voices here are painfully unbearable, especially the closer you get to the surface. You can barely hear yourself think. It's enough to drive any living thing mad. The most ominous sensation here is a persistent feeling of your consciousness being pulled at from something beneath you, like something is attempting to drag your mind into the planet below. It's best that you don't remain here for long. Oh, now we're playing with the UI elements. That's nice. It's gonna start fucking spaceship of leaves. What the fuck? Like its parent planet below, Yu Ina has a thick purple reddish web of unnatural material spread across its surface. It's like a shrouded planet from Solaris. I think the people are gone, but they're still here. This place probably isn't good to hang around in. I'll be honest. I'm gonna check out the main planet, though. What could go wrong? Okay, we don't get a special text box, but it's you can still hear the whispering. You is a rocky world with many canyons. A large portion of the surface is bright shades of gray and white, but the more striking visuals are the patches of purple-red webbed lakes and rivers flowing across the surface. It is unclear if this is a natural occurrence or if they were artificially created, but the way the areas around these sites are dug out and shaped implies that this planet used to be home to some type of civilization, or one that found importance in this material. The surface of these red-purple lakes and rivers move in odd ways that make them seem almost alive. Although they flow at extremely low rates, they also softly bulge and contract in a curious linear motion. Hey, did these people get turned into soup? Did these people get turned into psychic soup? Did they get what's the thing from Evangelion? Whatever, I can't remember. I never watched that. Anyways, what the fuck? Actually. Anyways, yeah, the Evangelion soup. Anyways, what the fuck? I think we should leave. Yeah, we had the same thought at the same time. Um, well, that was weird. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. That scared the shit out of me when it started whispering in my ears. I could barely hear it over the music. Hey, did I just see a starship there? I am actually going insane. I think I have been out here in the dark for too long. Let's play some music. I think they tried to turn into a psychic singularity and failed successfully. I was saying, it sounds like the ship is sort of a separate group from whatever's on the planets, but it doesn't sound very good. Whatever happened on the planets. That seems bad. Oh, our hyperspace range is really high when we're here. Actually, I'm not sure what's going on with our hyperspace range, actually. It's doing very strange things. My lights just flickered. That's not the house being haunted. That's an actual genuine power shortage. If stream suddenly goes out, my power went out, and that's what the problem is. Funny context for the Evangelion soup. The character that was trying to make it happen gets killed and left out of it for sucking too much. Um, who's that that's trying to make the Evangelion soup? Is that like Shinji's dad or whatever? Or something? I can't remember. I like I said, I haven't watched Evangelion. I've just heard about it. I don't know why some of those systems have like weird alterations to my hyperdrive range that also don't seem to do anything. That's very strange. Okay, yes, I did remember correctly then. Nice. Okay, let's go back to Uranju, because there was something else that was weird there. When you look at the stars on the map, there's something weird here. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, what the fuck is that? Is that like a little black hole? What am I looking at here? Oh, it is a little black hole. Let's not touch that. I think that's bad for our starship. That little maneuver is going to cost us 80 years. Wow, actually, that thing is pulling really strongly the ship. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to the south. I know we can recharge our fuel really quickly there. Wow, these systems are haunted as fuck. The ones that aren't haunted are full of aliens that refuse to speak to us. It has been interesting, at least. Although a bit I wouldn't say anticlimactic. Actually, no, that one star system scared me. That was not anticlimactic. That was freaky as shit. Gongu is the name of this system. Is there anything here? Nope. Nothing at all. Again, what's this? I wonder if it's like an extended sensor range it's giving me. I'm not Gonguing. Yeah. Look, I'm okay with them turning into goo, but did they need to be so freaky about it? I almost misread that as gooning. By the way. I'm starting to get jump scared by this game. I noticed that there was something weird with the star system. I noticed that there was something weird with the background. So when the text box popped up, I kind of shit myself a little. Going through some socials and whatnot. Boy, howdy, that's a lot of boobs my scab follows. Oh. No, actually, I've never used Scab. I'm not really familiar with it. I took a look at VGen, but I followed two artists, but neither that I really want to commission for emotes, but both of them are busy right now. Probably after the holidays, things will be better in that regards. As much as it's hard for regular people to continue working their job during the holidays, I imagine it's the same for artists as well. You've used it once for NSFW. Scab is like... It's like VGen, right? Or like Fiverr? No, I think it's more like VGen and less like Fiverr. Upon arriving into the system, you notice a strange murkiness curtaining the stars beyond, and your scanners are having trouble making sense of it. The few stellar objects present are eerily blotted out by a vast nebulous shade. Aside from them, it's as if there's nothing here. Even the shade itself is nothing more than the emptiness of space, and throughout it, no one. Nothing. Cool! More freaky-ass haunted star systems. I love it. No ships are here. No landable planets either. Just a very lonely star. But you can sort of see some of the stars in the background. Okay, yeah, you send a request to an artist and they accept or they don't. Okay. We actually are gaining starship fuel here, but it's very slow. I'm just gonna fuck off to the next system and hope that it's better. That's even worse. No, it's even more haunted out here. Why are we in... This region of space doesn't even have a label. Have you seen a broken planet yet? Because you're feeling this sector's gonna have a broken planet. We found like busted planets, like with fractured what do you call it? Like fractured tectonic plates. We haven't found any planet totally broken apart yet though. Which is surprising actually, because that's a big trope in sci-fi. You felt a bit bad for the artist you commissioned from. The dude was not working on it until last minute, and then right after you saw him tweeting about doing some Comic-Cat stuff, so he must have crunched that shit out. I mean, yeah, that's being an artist though. I wouldn't feel too bad for them. Man, this shit just makes me nervous, even though it isn't technically bad. Yet, I feel like out here on the edge of space, we're gonna find something really freaky out here that I'm probably not prepared to deal with in this ship. But I'm too curious to turn back. Which is my downfall, and has been for the past several streams. I am too curious to turn around. too curious to turn around, but I gotta find out what's out here. It might just be nothing. But the way that this place is freaky and haunted is kind of disturbing. I'm surprised that there's even stars out here at all. You know, because if the developer had yet to add stuff out here, probably he wouldn't even have star systems at all. There probably is a purpose for all of this. Evil gas giant. I think it's like supposed to be a red giant. Or maybe... Sorry, not a red giant. A brown dwarf, I think is what they're called. Which are like, they're almost stars. Or it's supposed to be like... Yeah, that is what that looks like. They look kind of like that in Elite Dangerous too. This may be the farthest that we can possibly get from human space right now. And there is not a fucking thing out here. Truly, humanity is the center of the universe. Cool looking planet, though. Okay, let's see what's up here. Doesn't look like we can go any further to the right. As you continue through this empty space, you come across nothing but diminished stars and planets of silence. However, upon entering this, you know that should be actually a really big sign that I shouldn't be here, because nobody else is. Does everyone else who's curious end up just dying out here? Is that what happens? As you continue, however, upon entering the system, you are met with what appears to be a creature of some kind. Strangely, your scanners don't read it as any sort of life form, categorizing it only as a mere collection of matter. It blends with space itself, as if it were simply a reflection of the darkness beyond. Hey, man. What the fuck is that? Oh, for a second I thought there was a silhouette of something really big blocking the star, and I was about to actually shit myself. They're like little slugs. They're not hostile. I honestly don't know what I'm looking at there. Weird purple slugs. I can't radio them. I wouldn't really expect to radio them either. Or maybe they just left and went back to what they were doing. Oh yeah, that's definitely why there's like pristine uninhabited planets out here. And nothing horrible happened at all. Nothing in this star system. That was kind of a waste of fuel. Okay, more of these worms. Oh my god, there's more star systems. How far does this arm of the galaxy go? I really shouldn't be out here. Okay, more worms. I love worms. Like the video game. Worms. You forgot what Google Drive was for a second, and you thought you lost your references. Uh-oh. I don't think I've used Google Drive in a little while. Probably safer than storing things on a hard drive. But I find the cloud storage services to be a little clunky to use. Man, there's fucking nothing out here. You've only used it to send stuff to some artists? Oh, okay. That's an interesting use. I would like a place to refuel my ship. None of these stars have really good fuel potential. Nothing out here. And there aren't even any slugs out in this star system. This really truly is empty-ass space. We should probably get a move on and head back to civilization, but I wanted to fill out the galactic map. I didn't realize that there was all this shit out here. These stars aren't very good for getting fuel, but since there's two of them, it progresses somewhat fast enough. Honestly, the freaky jump scare planet was worth it. Like, if that made this shit entirely worth it. That was actually a genuinely good scare, and I did not expect that from this game at all. Man, is there some place with better refueling potential that I can find, please? The blue stars aren't very good for the ram scoop for some reason. Which is weird, because you would think that they'd have a lot of, like, excess plasma or whatever. But they're just kind of, like, mediocre. I think they're better than the yellow stars, though, at least. The giants all together seem to be better places to get fuel, though. More of the weird little slug creatures. What is with all these little tiny little nothing stars? There sure are a lot of them. You ate them? Oh, that explains it. Never mind. Okay, we're gonna jump to this system. Nothing. There really is fuck all out here. Catlactus? What? I do not know what you're referring to. Hey, man, what is that? Oh, that might be a black hole. That looks kind of like a black hole. We should not stand near that. We cannot get fuel from the red dwarf. Ooh. The only way to exit this star system is to go back the way we came. That's a little weird. I wonder if it's because it's a black hole. We can't even get to that north system. Oh, Galactus, the Planet Eater. I actually don't know what you're referring to. Oh, is that the one, like, comic book villain? Actually, I think I have seen Galactus before. Okay, a Fantastic Four villain. I actually didn't know that Galactus was Fantastic Four. Again, I don't know very much about superheroes, but I have heard of Galactus. Oh my god, get me out of this region of space. Or at least get me to a place where I can refuel faster than a snail's pace. We may only be able to exit this region of space. Yeah, by going back down south. That's really annoying. Although there are ads playing right now, I can assure you guys you are not missing anything of value. If I get 4 units of fuel, I can warp to G3191, which is where that stellar engine is, and we can get fuel back there really easily. I'll just need to spend a second refueling my ship. Okay, it is time. You recently read through a bit of that era of Fantastic Four. A lot of it actually sucks ass, and they even got some hate mail about how so lame some of the Fantastic Four villains were. But you could tell they were cooking during the Galacticus saga. Interesting. That's kind of funny to me. Wait, what's up with these planets out here? There's a stellar dynamo there in the center. What's with these planets out here to the side? I have to take a look at these. I'm so curious. Oh, they're just planets. Nothing special about them. It's weird because when I look on the star map, it looks like this place has 4 stars. But I only see 2 of them. I wonder if the structure in the center of the map is considered a star by this game's rules. Adds while he's responding. I didn't say much of value. Well, you can't hear that response either. Damn you, ads. Fucking Twitch. When I'm in a try to make a user unfriendly experience competition and my opponent is twitch.tv. Okay, let's take a look at this little planet out here. Oh, there's aliens here. However, they will not let us land. We also can't speak their language. If they don't want to talk to us, how are we ever supposed to learn their language? Man? Like, what's the point? Don't you want to meet new aliens? These people must not be as curious as I am. More of these Gegno star planets. If only we knew who the hell that was. At least they're not hostile. Yeah, remember, no matter how bad you think it is, it could always be worse. Don't worry, I didn't respond with anything of real intellectual value when you told me about the Galactus arc. Although it's funny, it sounds like it was like a really good arc in the middle of, like, surrounded on both sides by shit. I often wonder how that happens. Usually TV shows... No, I take that back. there are plenty of TV shows that have actually a terrible first season and then the last seasons are bad, but the stuff in the middle is really good. So I guess that actually does happen in television. You think that they just had a good idea. That too sometimes can happen. Sometimes people don't really know what they're doing, but they manage to figure out something decent anyways. More like nothing star systems. Whoa, hold on. Who is that? Someone just warped into the system and then warped out of it. Do these guys have jump drives? No, it's the Quarg. They must have a system nearby. I would like to find that, if I could. Speak of the devil. This is a complete Quarg ring world. The only of its kind that we have ever seen, actually. After jumping through several systems of many alien ships, a Quarg ring world is a surprisingly familiar sight to you. From the looks of it, this is a fully complete ring world, a true sight to behold. Trillions of Quarg probably inhabit this ring, but what's more interesting to your eye, some other aliens are also present. They too are humanoid, and the most common figures you come across are either slightly above or below an average human's height. Their skin is a smooth light gray, and adorned with different sorts of leather that remind you of medieval human clothing. That doesn't sound like the remnants, actually. Like, it sounds similar, but the mood here is eerie, as the Quarg here move in an unusually quiet manner. They're dismissive of other species while walking about. They are dismissive of the other species walking about, who are equally as dismissive of you. Lee and Kirby were both very talented dudes, but that was so early in comic book history, trying to come up with monthly stories between however many comics they were working on. At the same time, it's a miracle they had as good of an output as they did. Oh yeah, you see some people that are very talented, but because they have to put out so much slop really quickly, the quality can falter. That's not limited to English comic books either. You see that in other countries. You got an ad for Exodus, and that shit is a Wizards of the Coast game? Wait, Exodus, isn't that like the space game or whatever? I swear I heard something about that recently. But I didn't really pay any attention to it, because it looked kind of like... It looked too AAA for me. It looked too AAA for me. If I'm thinking of the same game. The strange atmosphere around you is finally broken when a few Quarg start to advance towards you, moving much quicker than the rest. After some unidentifiable discussion and gestures between themselves, one of them motions you to follow them. You walk with the Quarg, occasionally having trouble keeping pace with their silent yet brisk steps, as you head towards an area that appears devoid of other aliens. Eventually, you're led to a smaller room, with two more Quarg waiting, silently sitting at the end of it. Am I getting interrogated? They talk, but this time you can hear a few familiar sounding terms, one being Huma. Despite speaking to each other for several minutes, the Quarg still look at each other in what you assume is something like bewilderment. Okay, so the Quarg are aware of humans. I think they're genuinely baffled that someone has gotten as lost as I have. I am on the ass end of the galaxy. As far as possible from human space. They're like, what the fuck is this dude doing out here? You ignored it during the Game Awards because of how generic it looked? It's the former BioWare guys? Uh-oh, it's BioWare? Oh, it could be funny dog shit, yes. One of the Quarg waiting in the room finally turns towards you and motions you to take a seat. Its look of confusion disappears when they turn their gaze back upon you. Meanwhile, the other Quarg that was seated has left the room, along with the ones that first brought you here. Is there are we gonna have a problem? The Quarg continues to look at you and bows its head slightly in an apologetic manner, as it seems neither it nor any other Quarg on this ring world can speak your language. it didn't occur to me that they probably don't have cross-galactic communications. So they won't speak English, or they won't speak human language nearly as good as the other ones that we've met. Or in this case, they can't speak it at all. You continue to patiently wait in the uneasy silence. So they know who we are, but they don't know our language. Withholding your curiosities, as almost half an hour goes by. Finally, the silence is broken when the second Quark from earlier enters the room again. This time it glares at you much more energetically, and you begin to wonder if her presence really is an issue. You preemptively begin to stand up when but you are cut short when you see the second Quark raise its arms outwards in a gesture you never thought you'd see from a Quark. This must be for you an exhilarating day, young traverser. I strongly imagine this is a first for us both. It is now obvious that this Quark is not the same one from earlier, and you begin to see a few differences in its attire and figure. The upbeat rhythm to their speech is not something you would expect of a Quark. Oh, well, at least we found someone that can speak to us. It's been how long since we met an alien that could speak our language? Like 2 hours of stream? Where am I? The Quark sits down across from you, still gesturing its arms about in a strange manner, albeit slower this time. You have found yourself in the dwelling of the mighty Gegno, who have rooted their hardy empire here in the galactic east. The Gegno? Yeah, please tell me who that is, because I have not a clue. Yes, the Imperious Gegno, a juvenile race. They are many decades younger than that of you humans. They do not find themselves in the struggle of leadership the same way as others do. Rather, they glorify their pursuit of guidance between one another to share a noble future. You wonder if the Quark's use of boastful adjectives is because of the gaps in its translations, or if it's intentionally speaking that way. Its voice still comes from the lower tones of Quark speech, clashing with the excited pace it is speaking at. What is this guidance they pursue? The Gegno believe it is necessary to pursue what they choose must be, in order to imagine a grand future for themselves. That's what everyone does, actually? That's called a vocation. One brandishes themselves as the Honorable V, mightiest of warriors, toughest of kin. They're the brutes that see proof of strength being the one and only variable in determining their path. That of the skin, the more technologically able, believe that only through progression of sciences and discovery will the Gegno prosper. I can glorify one or the other, or I could ask. Oh, sorry, I didn't read that part of your message. They fucked off from BioWare before Anthem came out. They knew it was over. Oh, okay. Talk about leaving a sinking ship. I could say one or the other is right, but I'm gonna say, why do they not combine their efforts to better their future together? Because that's what every other civilization does. Regrettably, most Gegno do not have a drive to pursue their principal future, diluting themselves far into their stagnant present. Segregation of followings was one of the few ways to seek motivation beyond the fact. It seems that you do not like the paths they've chosen. The Quark stands up, but as it does so, you watch as a few marks on its otherwise gray skin shift into blue hues with faint traces of purple, though they fade away shortly after. It is not in our prosperous grasp to persuade the Gegno, as once we did attempt to. They threaten conflict with us should we interfere, and we have no desire to witness an imperiled uprising of such a sort once more. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that one? Similarly, the Gegno do not wish to interact with the audacious outsiders. Unfortunately, only a brief history of them we can tell. We cannot advocate virtuous pleasantries between you and them, though you are welcome at this ring should you find yourself here again. Please keep encounters with the Gegno minimal. You can't tell me what to do. The Quarg motions a bow to you, and the first one from earlier escorts you out of the room. It seems associating with these so-called Gegno is very unlikely for you, and you will have to deal with their xenophobia for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I figured that one out already. They didn't seem to want to speak with me. The quality of its structure suggests that this Quarg ring world has been completed rather recently. There are some notable differences that don't seem Quarg-like. Some of the hangars and docks in the ring are oddly larger than others, and the inner corridors are wider and taller than what is normal for a Quarg. The hangar you are currently parked in, however, seems to be devoid of these characteristics. It's similar to the ones in the Quark ring world in human space. Despite seeing numerous non-Quark ships before landing on the ring, you're only guided around parts of the ring where they are not present. Yeah, because they're like... Everyone we come across that is sufficiently advanced technologically are like benevolent xenophobes. They don't want us talking or exploring. Unfortunately for them, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. They can go fuck themselves. I will go check out all of the cool alien species that I want to. You cannot stop me. Not you and not your telepathic masters. Oh, there's more. Actually, there's more Quark planets here. We could just land on them. Just say that we've landed on them. Although I doubt that we'll get any missions here. The Quark don't seem to want to talk to us or really do anything. They're kind of like... They're too pompous for me. That's their problem. That's the problem with the Quark. What the fuck is that emote? Why is that a global emote? That's terrifying. Someone at 7TV is having a fun time with that one. He's gonna stare at every alien he can find. You are goddamn right. Oh, whoops. Nope, nothing. Let me guess, this third system will be a Quark system. They like to settle planets in groups of 3, which is weird. Nope. Never mind. The star system has nothing in it, it seems. This might be a good place to end stream, now that we've managed to land somewhere. Oh, no, here's the third Quark planet. This is a good place, I think, to end stream. We found some aliens willing to speak with us. Unfortunately, the only thing that they wanted to say to us was to tell us to fuck off and that we shouldn't be here. I don't know what I expected. Wait, what is... Okay, this is a map of how friendly the spaceports are, I think. Or no, I think it's a listing of jobs. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end stream here. This is Gegno space. They don't seem to really want us to stick around here. I imagine the Gegno... No, we've discovered the Gegno skin. I imagine the Gegno V are somewhere in the center here. Anyways. That's enough Endless Sky for today. I'm gonna look for a raid target. I need to go to sleep. Next stream, I think I'm gonna put in a little background so you guys can't see the just chatting screen when I'm playing the game. But it doesn't look like I can fix the full screen issue. So I'm just gonna like put some black bars there so it's no longer distracting. Anyways, thank you all for stopping by. Let me see who's online at this time. Liondelm's online. Bud is online. I feel like I haven't rated Bud in a little while. He's been live 6 hours. I don't know how late he'll go, but skip something cool like a Virgin Killer sweater or something. As soon as I like beat the anxiety I have about commissioning people in general for like anything at all. Yeah, let's go to Bud's channel. I've never seen Batman Arkham Origins. Interesting. Okay. I don't really have a raid message. Just say hi, Bud. Just say hi, Bud. That should be that'll be the raid message. It's just hi, Bud. Like this. Like this. That'll be the raid message. Anyways, I know the last part of stream wasn't particularly exciting, aside from the horrific jump scare system, which I was not expecting at all. But I'm probably gonna stream more Endless Sky. There's still more stuff to see out there, and I'm finding exploring the galaxy to be fun. Believe it or not. Thank you all for stopping by. I don't know when I'll next be able to stream. It may be a bit difficult this Monday and Sunday, but we'll see. Maybe, maybe not. I have no idea. I will probably say something in the Discord before if I can or can't. But anyways, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for those of you who stuck around from the raid. And have a great rest of your morning or evening. Until next time. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.